No, but Chunks is the most famous.
Bro,
person.
Chunks goes Somalia and the president greets him. That's a madness.
Bro, I went to Sierra Leone and the president tried to rob me. So different countries, different rules. Man.
You're joking, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Who is the most famous person you have in your phone book?
Mine's a flex. No one's got someone more famous than mine.
Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, that is a flex. Really? No, he's my guy. Anytime I want to go to any Gordon Ramsay restaurant anywhere in the world, I just text him.
Stay focused, stay loose, and stay angry. Who's the toughest?
I am.
Who's the bravest?
I am.
Who's the baddest?
Can you guys ask all the questions now so I don't have to keep lifting this?
Go get him.
There we go. You all set?
Yeah.
Okay, go get him. Good luck. Excuse me, is this seat taken?
No, sit.
Oh, thank you. Oh, is Manny yours?
Yes.
Oh, he's quite good. I saw him earlier.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah.
She your little girl?
Oh, Carolyn, no. Sadly, her parents passed away. I'm her nurse down at the Children's Hospital. But all of my patients are like family to me. She's our little miracle. Oh, I only wish your father had made it back from Afghanistan to see this. Oh, there's our cheering section. Over here, you guys.
Stay focused, stay loose, and stay angry. Who's the toughest?
I am.
Who's the bravest?
I am.
Who's the baddest?
Can you guys ask all the questions now so I don't have to keep lifting this?
Go get him.
There we go. You all set?
Yeah.
Okay, go get him. Good luck. Excuse me, is this seat taken?
No, sit.
Oh, thank you. Oh, is Manny yours?
Yes.
They don't understand, I'm giving them UK slang. My brother, my fam, my act. You say the feds just done asleep. We say the boy them running my gaff. You say on God no cat. We say swear on your life don't gas. You say spin the block. We say jump out and slide and crash. You call it machine, we call it a mash. Strip club and they're shaking ass. But in my words, they're shaking yash.
Which city has the best restaurants? New York, London or Paris?
Well, as soon as I'm trying to get a job over in New York, I'm about to say downtown in New York.
Name me one restaurant in New York.
Downtown.
Name me one that's not also a nightclub.
Girl? What happened to her? She disappeared. There was like a flashing, the cat
Jamie?
and the girl were
New
looking
York,
outside
Carragher's
at
Bar.
the light.
Oh my God,
I've heard of that.
She's never left.
that
If you don't
spot.
want to go there, it's on me.
Wow.
Go ahead.
New York.
Ooh. It's rather treacherous, but go ahead.
No, just New York.
What restaurant?
Well, which one?
Well, La Havana, Alma de Cuba, it can be peasants back in the day, it can be Michelangelo, it can be Mamo, it can be whatever you want.
Did you eat out a lot, Thierry?
Blue Ribbon, whatever.
Blue Ribbon, the chicken joint.
Bon,
Yes, I know about the chicken joint. Blue Ribbon.
Do you cook?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
You can cook?
I've never cooked anything in my life.
Have you not?
He will burn water.
Which city has the best restaurants? New York, London or Paris?
Well, as soon as I'm trying to get a job over in New York, I'm about to say downtown in New York.
Name me one restaurant in New York.
Downtown.
Name me one that's not also a nightclub.
I was the dentist on Seinfeld.
Yeah. Cheryl, would you ready the nitrous oxide, please?
So we rehearsed that, and then they left, and I stayed on my set. I was rehearsing when nobody else was on the set but me. And I heard a voice say, hey, you know what would be funny?
What?
And I looked around and up on a ladder, and there's an electrician.
Yeah, I go, what?
Excuse me, do you live out of this ambulance?
Yo, I do live out of this ambulance. Want a tour?
Fuck yeah!
All right, come on in. His name is Lance. This is my bed, room for two. This is my countertop, extra long, room for two. Here's a little bench, and there's a chair. To that, there's room for two. Some creamies, some curry, and some taquitos. Here's my pantry, 6 pounds of cookies. Keep all my clothes in here. That's my beanie dispenser, if you're ever cold. This is Mount Rainier. It's where I keep all my Polaroids from all my adventures. Come on outside. Oh, highlining gear, backpacking gear, and a microwave.
A microwave?
Shower, baby.
Where the fuck do you buy an ambulance?
Get on Facebook Marketplace at 4 a.m. and you'll find an old lady selling an ambulance.
How many people have died in that thing?
You know, technically, nobody dies in an ambulance. They get pronounced dead at the hospital. Not haunted. Woo! Happy Halloween. The rough ambulance cost me about $9,000, and for the conversion, it was another $8,000.
How many people you fit in this thing?
While not driving is 14. Did all this and spent all my money so that I could be in nature alone. So, Skedaddle.
Excuse me, do you live out of this ambulance?
Yo, I do live out of this ambulance. Want a tour?
Fuck yeah.
All right, come on in. His name is Lance. This is my bed, room for two. This is my countertop, extra long, room for two. Here's a little bench, and there's a chair. To that, there's room for two. Some creamies, some curry, and some taquitos. Here's my pantry, 6 pounds of cookies. Keep all my clothes in here. This makes top 10 of weirdest shit I've ever done. Barely. Turn around! This makes top 10 of weirdest shit I've ever done. Barely. Turn around! This makes top 10 of weirdest shit I've ever done. Barely. Turn around!
Hold on, wait. I'm at the joint costume. I can finally type in a stream.
What happened? What did he say?
No, don't search me up.
He's so weird. You're weird. I see you. Oh my gosh. He meant to spell Niger. Speed.
What?
You want to know what you are, Speed?
What? What am I?
You are a knickerbocker.
Kai, do you want to know what you are? Don't mute your stream.
No, don't do it.
Do you want to know what you are?
Bro, stop.
You are the muckiest black African dirty black ever. You so fucking black. You are not African American. You are African Jamaican. Hold on, wait.
If you come into my pharmacy, if your grandma comes in and she tries to fill a prescription, I'll give you metformin. My cost on metformin is roughly $2. I would sell her metformin for $4. As soon as she discloses that she has insurance, I have a gag clause. I am not allowed to tell her my cash pay price. I swipe her insurance card, Blue Cross, whatever it may be, boom, copay $10. And she gets her medicine, I charge her $10. Immediately when I swipe that card and I enter all that in the computer, I get a $7 clawback. Where does it go? It goes to the PBM. So you give it, like, I could have saved her $6, but I can't disclose to her that. And now the money, the profits, I make less money, she pays more money, and the money goes back to the big insurance companies. If you come into my pharmacy, if your grandma comes in and she tries to fill a prescription, I'll give you metformin. My cost on metformin is roughly $2. I would sell her metformin for $4. As soon as she discloses that she has insurance, I have a gag clause. I am not allowed to tell her my cash. If you come into my pharmacy, if your grandma comes in and she tries to fill a prescription, I'll give you metformin.
What is all this? Is this supposed to be funny?
No, it's supposed to be scary.
No, it's supposed to be awesome.
You know, I could tell that you guys didn't love us moving in next door. Maybe because Ronnie deals pot, or maybe because of my Confederate flag bikini. I don't know, but I thought we were becoming friends. I was gonna propose a joint Thanksgiving, but this is really low.
No, honey, it's okay.
No, it's not.
She spent 6 months in a cuckoo farm in Nevada. I'm sorry, she gets mad when I say that. It was in Utah.
Oh my God.
We had no idea, I swear.
Yeah, it's cool. I'll just give her a box of Captain Crunch and set her in front of the fish tank. That seems to calm her down.
Okay. What is all this? Is this supposed to be funny?
No, it's supposed to be scary.
No, it's supposed to be awesome.
You know, I could tell that you guys didn't love us moving in next door. Maybe because Ronnie deals pot, or maybe because of my Confederate flag bikini. I don't know, but I thought we were becoming friends. I was gonna propose a joint Thanksgiving, but this is really low.
No, honey, it's okay.
No, it's not okay, Ronnie. It's rude and it's cruel. I wish we had our old house so we could drive it away as far as possible.
Oh my goodness. What was that?
Amber gets touchy about this stuff. She spent 6 months in a cuckoo farm in Nevada. I'm sorry, she gets mad when I say that. It was in Utah.
Oh my God.
We had no idea. I swear.
Yeah, it's cool. I'll just give her a box of Captain Crunch and set her in front of the fish tank. That seems to calm her down.
Okay. What is all this? Is this supposed to be fun?
Did you remember the former Chelsea FC physio, Eva Carneiro? She was a key medical staff member for Chelsea, but one incident with player Hazard and manager Mourinho turned everything upside down. Hazard was injured and Eva, doing her job, rushed to help. But this move upset Mourinho because it meant Hazard had to briefly leave the match. Mourinho's anger didn't end there. He even banned her from the bench and training sessions. Eva's career at Chelsea was shattered, not just by this, but also due to false rumours about her personal life, all of which took a mental toll. But she didn't crumble. She fought back, rejecting a big money silence deal from Chelsea and taking her case to court. Now, she's come out on top in a big way. She owns an English football club and played a key role in setting up hospitals for the Qatar World Cup. Did you remember the former Chelsea FC physio, Eva Carneiro? She was a key medical staff member for Chelsea, but one incident with player Hazard and manager Mourinho turned everything upside down. Hazard was injured and Eva, doing her job, rushed to help. But this move upset Mourinho because it meant Hazard had to briefly leave the match. Mourinho's anger.
Do you think R. Kelly is ever sitting in his prison cell and he hears Michael Jackson come on the radio and is like, if only I could have danced a little better?
I used to go to Neverland Ranch when Ryan White was there.
Okay, everyone shut the fuck up for 1 second. I got a lot to talk about right now.
I was the physician responsible for his care.
Tell me about Neverland Ranch. Was it weird? Did it just seem fun? Or were you like, something's weird?
Oh no, it had a weird vibe.
Did you suspect anything?
No, but Ryan White would be there alone at Neverland Ranch.
Did you ever get to meet Michael Jackson?
Oh yeah.
Yeah? What was he like?
He had a deeper voice.
Really? So that voice, so like the voice he talked up here, that was not his real voice? Then he come back, where's the fucking kids? Get that fucking doctor out of here.
Throw this party and a kid walks in, backpack on, jaw a little swollen. Yeah. Nobody knows this guy. I said, who that dude right there? They say, that's that new dude, Kanye. He produced beats for Jay-Z, whatever. I said, yo, they say you rap, man. This dude do a freestyle that kills everything.
I'm gonna give you my #1 tip to get over a breakup, and that is gonna be going to therapy. Going to therapy helped me so much. It could help for so many other reasons, but this was like a really hard period for me. So going to therapy helped me get through all of it in a really healthy way. I've been going to therapy for about 6 months or over 6 months. BetterHelp is the world's largest therapy service, and it's 100% online. It's super simple and easy to use to get started.
This is a lecture from Open Tuition.
To benefit from the lecture, you should download the free lecture notes from opentuition.com.
Okay, so having gone through and covered current tax, working out what the tax payable balance was on the statement of financial position, and then adjusting your estimated tax expense for any brought forward under or over provision in the year, we now move in to this complex world of deferred tax. So what we have is just a series of videos that introduce deferred tax and what it is. We'll then go through and look at an example whereby there is no deferred tax within it, just so that we can get to understand why we have to account for deferred tax, before we then begin to look at the actual accounting for deferred tax and bring it in finally with a numerical example. And then once we've done that, I think there's a few examples at the end of the notes to just go through there and consolidate your understanding and advance it just a little bit further with regards to revaluation. So there's quite a little bit to get through. So make sure that you set yourself enough time, break it out into smaller, more manageable chunks, and don't forget to use your study text to help you along as we go along. So what we've got there in terms of our introduction, let's have a look about what deferred tax actually is. Deferred tax is looking into the future and thinking about what's going to happen to our tax charge in the future based upon something that has happened today. Okay, which from a tax perspective is just a little bit alien. You know, from a tax authority's perspective, they just look at what has happened this year and then they will tax it in the current year. Okay, you pay it in the next accounting period, but your tax expense for the tax authorities is based on what's happened this year and this year's tax rates. From an accounting perspective, we want to give consideration about what's happened this year that might impact our tax charge in the future. Okay. Okay, so the key thing to go through and take is that this is an accounting adjustment. Yeah, it's just an accounting entry. When we account for deferred tax with the debits and with the credits, we do not adjust the tax payable balance. We leave it as the estimate that the tax authorities or our tax accountant has provided to us. We don't ring up Revenue and Customs. Hello, it's Chris here. I'm an accountant and you've told me what the tax bill is, but I've done some deferred tax accounting and I think we need to change the tax expense. Okay, they just put the phone down on you. Bzz, done. Okay, they just put the phone down on you. Bzz, done. Okay, it is just purely an accounting entry to help us, maybe not really help us, confuse us with regards to the matching concept. And the main reason that it arises is because what goes through your accounting profit, so profits before tax, is not equal to your
Is not tax payable to the government.
profits chargeable to corporation tax. So you might have an expense that goes through your profits, but that might not be taxable until some point in the future. Similarly, with your income, you might have income going through your accounting profits, but it doesn't go through PCTCT and will be taxed at some point in the future. So that just leads to a bit of an accounting mismatch, doesn't it? You know, if we've got an item going through profits, we would expect to see the tax impact of that within our financial statements in the same year, wouldn't we? Based upon the matching concept. But because the tax rules are different to the accounting rules, deferred tax may then arise. So what we've got in terms of our accounting and taxable profit is that there are differences between them. The first difference that may arise is a permanent difference. So that's a one-off difference, okay, whereby what goes through PBT will never, ever, ever be taxed or will be tax allowed within PCTCT. So it's gone through your accounting profits but will never hit your tax computation. If that's the case, there is no future tax consequence. So therefore, there is no deferred tax consequence. It's gone through our accounting profits, but it will never, ever, ever impact our tax. So there's no deferred tax impact at all. So we can ignore that for deferred tax. The two scenarios that you're looking at from an exam perspective will be client entertaining. So client entertaining is an expense within your company accounts, but that is not allowable as a deduction in your tax computation. So we will see a reduction within our profits, but we will never, ever, ever get a deduction in our tax computation. So there is a difference, but that's a permanent difference. It won't be resolved at some point in the future. There's no future tax consequence, so there's no deferred tax consequence. The other side of the coin is you're looking at your UK dividend income. We record the UK dividend income on an accruals basis within our accounts, but there will be no tax consequence on it. UK dividend income is your franked investment income that helps you work out what your tax rate should be. Okay, so it will never ever be taxed within your tax computation. So therefore, there is a difference, but that difference is permanent, and therefore there will be no deferred tax, which is yay, great, fantastic, because we don't need to deal with it in terms of the accounting. Okay, but what about when we have temporary differences? This is where deferred tax kicks in, because we've got our accounting rules and the tax authorities have their tax rules, and our accounting rules will be different to the tax rules. So if I've got an expense, I will expense it on an accruals basis. The tax authorities will have their detailed tax legislation about how that expense is taxed. Similarly with the income, you record the income on an accruals basis. However, when it comes to looking at the income being taxed in your tax computation, that is normally done on a cash receipts basis. So therefore, we might have accrued for the income this year, but because we don't receive it next year, there is no tax consequence this year. However, there will be a future tax consequence when we receive the money. It will be taxed within the next accounting period. So there is a difference, but that is only temporary. It's something that will reverse out, if you like, in the future years. So that's whereby we have a deferred tax consequence, and that's where we need to look at the accounting. And the two examples that you're likely to see, it's likely only really to be one, is the first one, the depreciation and capital allowances. We've got our depreciation based on our wonderful straight line reducing balance basis. It's all subjective, it's an estimate, so we can go through there and record the depreciation using whatever percentage or useful life that we think is giving us the most relevant and reliable information. Tax authorities don't like accountants and their judgments. They like rules, because then those rules can be applied. So we've got depreciation going through our taxable or our accounting profits. The tax authorities charge you their tax version of depreciation. In the UK, refer to that as your capital allowances. So that's usually on a reducing balance basis. So the issue that you've got there is you've bought this asset, you know what the total cost of it is, you depreciate that total cost through your accounting profits every year, but the tax impact will be different because the tax depreciation is different. You will ultimately claim the entire cost of that asset, but the cost will be claimed in different portions in different periods. From an accounting perspective, we have the depreciation charge. From a tax perspective, we have the tax depreciation aspect, and those figures will be different. So therefore, there is a difference, but that is only temporary, as at the end of the asset's life, we'll have claimed all of the tax allowances and we'll have claimed all of the tax depreciation. That's the one that regularly crops up within the exam.
This is a lecture from Open Tuition. To benefit from the lecture, you should download the free lecture notes from opentuition.com.
So, are you all excited, all ready and raring to go? Looking at an example with deferred tax? Hope so. Let's see how we get on. So the key thing is that this example is exactly the same as the previous example that we saw. So calculating the profits after tax, but the key bit now is that we are including deferred tax within our computations, and hopefully that will address the issues that we identified earlier. So what we need to go through and do is to look at our profit after tax for the year. This is what we have currently from the earlier example. Accounting profits of 2 million each year. The current tax 100, 500 and 520. Okay, that's what we've estimated, and that's what we have as our expense currently, and that's what will be as the tax payable balance on the statement of financial position. We need to go through, however, and work out deferred tax. We've already said that there are 4 steps to follow on deferred tax. Looking at the temporary difference, applying the tax rate to the temporary difference, working out whether or not you have there a deferred tax asset or liability, depending upon whether the carrying value is greater than or less than the tax base. So again, this is the working that we had earlier. Remember, not nothing has changed apart from the inclusion of deferred tax. So we can work out the carrying value quite simply, can't we? We bought it for 5 million and each year it's depreciated by 1 million. So the carrying value reduces each year by the 1 million. So in the first year, we'll have a carrying value of 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, and then 0. Okay, because there was no residual value. Tax allowances, we've worked out those already based upon the 50% allowance in the first year and then 20% reduced.
In this video, we're going to discuss deferred tax assets. So deferred tax, the amount of taxes you're going to assets. So deferred tax assets are increases in the amount of taxes you're going to save in future periods due to a temporary timing tax difference, right? So temporary differences are about timing, when revenue is recognized for book purposes, for tax purposes. There's some kind of difference in timing between tax and book, which basically means that you're going to have lower taxes in future periods as a result of this deferred tax asset. For example, let's say in the current period, you have income tax expense of $80, but the actual income tax payable that you have to pay to the IRS is $100. And so you're going to have some gap here, some plug that you
shit. I've got Patreon too, if you guys want to give away money. We also associate with some people who might be a bit controversial. We just came back from an interview with Andrew Tate. I heard about it. From Andrew Tate, you come straight to Wild Now. People are calling this the fastest fall off. That's a man. From Andrew Tate's Romania. That's a man. From Andrew Tate, you come straight to Wild Now. People are calling this the fastest fall off. That's a man. From Andrew Tate's Romanian mansion, you come to this derelict town in South England.
I think you're sporting, aren't you? You're not very
Well, let's just get this out of the way. You associate with people like Andrew Tate, Tucker Carlson. You're going to be interviewed by him.
I came to you first because I have more respect for you.
Of course, my God.
And you are bigger, to be fair. You are big league.
Exactly.
Tucker's just.
Now, there are some people you talk to I would rather hang upside down and throw rocks at, but as long as we have a good adult discussion.
Give me 20 quid and you can give rocks to me, mate, no problem. We'll get some views. I'm really desperate for money.
I'll make a good point too. Why were you locked up in Afghanistan for 8 months?
To be fair, I know it sounds a bit extreme, but it happens to the best of us. You know what I mean? I mean, every day, you know, some people just pop out to Afghanistan and get in trouble. You know? It happens to you and me. So what happened was I was accused of being a spy at one point. That happened because my best friend at the time, called James, we got arrested or detained for questioning. So like, what the fuck We've come to Afghanistan 5 times in the last 2 years. I was like, alright, point, you got a bad Taliban. Fair enough. So when we got interviewed, my friend James, he told them, hey, Miles might be a spy. And obviously that's a bit of a stupid thing to say, especially when you're not a spy. Trust me, to work in intelligence, you need intelligence, and trust me, I'm lacking on that. We have like 70 IQ, still first class, you know. So that kind of raised some eyebrows, and we had to do like a lot of questioning and stuff. The other stuff as well, I messed up. I didn't have a permit to go to a mountain in Ghazni where I wanted to open a gold mine. So I'm just casually opening a gold mine in Afghanistan, you know. I'm after that economic big bucks, you know.
I completely understand.
Yeah, as a communist, you know, that's a great thing you're interested in. So yeah, I got arrested for goofing off a little bit. So we don't make that mistake in Afghanistan from time to time.
So you couldn't contact the outside world?
Oh, no, good. Yeah. I was permitted to make phone calls, no problem. So I would go for commando, but like sub-commando. Mushkinishta, can I call my government? Can I call my friends? He was like, Mushkinishta means no problem. So I'll just go like sub-commando. Mushkinishta, can I call my government? Can I call my friends? And he was like, Mushkinishta means no problem. So I'll just call them. Sometimes I would chat for 30 minutes, an hour. They would chill with me, you know. As long as I didn't cross the line and abuse any power, they were like, yeah, you contact the outside world, you can make supervised calls, good stuff.
Yeah, that's all fine and good, but why couldn't you post on Twitter?
Well, it's still technically prison, you know, still detention, which I had to be a little bit quiet, but of course. My friends were tasked with posting on my behalf so they would hear my information on the phone and go, damn, Miles. Lovely holiday. Somehow, you know, it's all Miles. I'm going to post about it. Everyone denied it, thinking I was dead, or hoping I was dead anyway. Everyone praying my downfall.
You were there for 8 months. You know, what was your daily routine? What was it like being a Taliban captive?
Well, first I'd wake up and then say it's so over. And then, so I would wake up around 9 or 10 o'clock. I would usually wake up early if I could, but electricity in Afghanistan goes out from like 4 a.m. to midday. So I had my laptop with me. I'd wake up, I'd play some music. The Taliban would give me some breakfast. It was really good. Eggs, naan, sometimes fruit juice. It was proper solid. I was eating better in Afghanistan than I do right now. Look at me. My dinner is a packet of crisps and Dr. Pepper. I think I'm splashing out right here. I might have to go into my overdraft.
It's the best thing we can offer.
100%. Thank you very much. You did splash out. I'm a great prisoner here. After that, I would go on my laptop, I'd watch a movie with all the other detainees. I would chill with the Taliban, watch Titanic, Rambo, 80s action movies. They love that type of stuff. The Taliban really like Titanic, by the way. Yeah, it really pulled on my heartstrings, which I didn't expect, but yeah, it was good. It was good. 1 o'clock was around lunchtime. It would rotate between foods, but usually it would contain some sort of meat, a decent amount of protein. I would do some exercises, so at one point I got decently small, so not too bad.
You got weights in prison?
Yeah, I got some weights. So they gave me some 6 kilogram dumbbells. Not a huge amount, but if you do enough reps and you can do shoulders without no problem. Yeah, I kept myself busy. It was a nice routine. Sometimes I went running on the treadmill. That was good. Had a treadmill. Broke down in a few months, but happens. Sometimes I would go out the house, go to the market, buy some stuff, supervise, of course. So that was really nice. I had some money on me. I would also sometimes just relax. Sometimes I would cook with them. Sometimes I made my own food, like pancakes I made with the Taliban on Pancake Day. That was good.
Pancake Day?
Yeah, Pancake Day. I made some crappy crepes, you know. It was good. I didn't even know what Pancake Day was. I just thought, yeah, you know, I've definitely passed Pancake Day every year. Today is Pancake Day for me, guys, so I told them it was a kind of an English religious holiday. I need to do this. And they're like, yeah, that's chill, man. Go have fun on the stove, Miles. Made more pancakes. Taliban said, mashallah, because they really liked it. Good stuff. No, they're chill, honestly. They're just a bunch of lads, you know, but you understood Miles isn't a spy. His crime of not having a permit, very small crime. You know, it's like a minimum security jail type of situation. Yeah, like this guy's done some good stuff with Afghanistan. Previously, he seemed like a friend. He's been understanding. we're not going to do anything serious, of course. If you're obviously a spy, a terrorist in Afghanistan, someone big league, someone very dangerous, of course you get punished. Makes sense. And, every food I ate, the Taliban had too, so we always ate the same meals. They would give us their portion, the portions first, and then they would have even leftovers. They lived in the same place as us, but we had the better rooms. Honestly, I was living on the same standards with the Taliban. They put us first. Happy about that. Lovely holiday.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man.
You got laid in Afghanistan?
Now, mate, if you want to go to Afghanistan with me after this, we could, no problem. Yeah. But no, I'm a very strong Catholic, so I'm fucking no one till marriage again this time. No, I haven't had sex since I became Catholic, so God help me.
You converted. You converted to it also.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No joke. This is my conversion story. No joke. I was midway through fucking a woman at university. Like I was actually like balls deep, and then at one point I just pulled out and said, "Yeah, this feels wrong." And she was like, "What do you mean?" Fuck. I just walked out, and then I went to church the next day.
This pussy is trash. You knocked over her TV on the way out.
It was true, but I had a religious revelation midway through.
It's better than never. I was born Catholic. I'm Catholic.
You're Catholic?
Yeah. From the Philippines.
Well, what'd you kidnap me about?
Never. I was born Catholic. I'm Catholic.
You're Catholic?
Yeah. From the Philippines.
Well, what'd you kidnap me about?
I don't think the Bible said anything against that.
That's a good argument to be fair. That's good. Yeah.
I don't think the Bible said never. I was born Catholic. I'm Catholic.
You're Catholic?
Yeah. From the Philippines.
Well, what'd you kidnap me about?
I don't think the Bible said anything against that.
That's a good argument to be fair. That's good. Yeah.
What did the British government do to get you out? Because didn't Taliban really want to keep you for 8 months?
No, they said you kind of sentenced to 6 months, but then it actually took 2 months for the British to get the paperwork back to the Taliban. Yeah, legit. Yeah. So it was meant to be a lot quicker. I think some deal fell through or something. But to be fair, the Taliban were like, yeah, minimal sentence, Miles. We would actually let you out. Some of the commanders said, yeah, Miles, we would actually let you out right now if I had the power. But, the top commander, obviously, it's very strict. They buy the books type of thing. So, you're going to be here, but you're going to be very comfortable. And to be fair, I wish I kind of stayed a little bit longer because then I could come out during summer at the height of a good tan, And I was in the process of renovating the room I was in to look like a Western hotel. No joke, I had my money with me. Money was far enough. So I was kind of like, I'm not finished. Give me a few more days, yeah? They were like, no, you need to be deported. I was there for a while. British government, they did help when I got to Dubai. This happened. So when I got to Dubai, Foreign Office met me. And they were like, I'm so sorry for what you must have gone through. They were like, there. And I was like, what do you want? And they were like, no, it's okay. We can give you counselling. We give you medical checks. We're safe. And I was like, it's a lovely holiday, mate. Yeah, all the other men, obviously, they were convicted of being spies, so they had not as good conditions, I imagine. They were in the serious jail.
That sounds like they went through tooth and nail to get you back here.
Yeah, man.
So why are you going back in a month?
Well, they were invited back. The Taliban were like, hey, Miles, you'll chill. They're literally like, you'll chill, Miles, come back. We'll give you a letter of invite. And they're going to give me a letter of immunity from their Minister of Foreign Affairs and their intelligence agency. No joke, this is what I will say. Miles is not honorary Mujahideen. He cannot be stopped, searched, or questioned within the country. The only way he could be arrested if he called the commander linked to this document. If anyone tries to stop Miles from his duty or mission or whatever, they will be arrested themselves. So I literally have a letter of do whatever you want in Afghanistan without doing anything dodgy. Plus, it's a weapons license, so I want to buy a Beretta. Why not? Yeah.
What are you going to shoot in Afghanistan?
Probably myself. No, I think it'd be fun to have like a gun. Why not? Yeah.
What are you going to shoot in Afghanistan?
Probably myself. No, I think it'd be fun to have like a gun just in case, anyway. But yeah, I just like the idea of having a gun. I like the American treatment. Guns are cool. Taliban agree on that. Americans agree on that. That's a common.
You're going to live the American dream in Afghanistan.
So, I mean, you have no gun rights at this point, don't you? And plus, I'm going.
Why aren't more Arab countries in the Middle East taking in Palestinian refugees. The onset of a renewed war between Israel and Hamas has led to fears that millions of Palestinian people living in the Gaza Strip may be forced to become refugees. But despite the fact that Gaza shares a border with Egypt, the Egyptian government almost immediately ruled out any possibility of accepting Palestinian refugees. In fact, Egypt is currently constructing an even larger border wall with Gaza than the one it currently has in place. Now, many outside observers have asked why Egypt, a majority Arab and Islamic nation, would turn away the Palestinian people. And of course, many have pointed out that it may serve the political interests of many Arab nations to refuse to accept Palestinian refugees because it allows them to then blame Israel for any sort of humanitarian crisis that unfolds. But the thing is, historically, many Arab nations have accepted Palestinian refugees, and that may be why Egypt doesn't want to now. For example, in 1991, the Kuwaiti government actually expelled nearly 300,000 Palestinians in the aftermath of the first Gulf War, and this represented an astonishing 18% of Kuwait's entire population. So what was the reason? Well, the Palestinian Liberation Organization had actually supported Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait a year earlier. And this support only grew after Iraq began attacking Israel with rockets throughout the war. After Kuwait's liberation, the government...
This news is...
You know, like...
Government can...
I'm gonna say that I'm against... Let's be honest. I don't necessarily think that countries should be forced to take refugees from Palestine. Israel, instead, force Israel to do that shit again and pay reparations or some shit. Because, let's look at the issue.
considered much of the Palestinian community to be complicit in the Iraqi occupation of their country. And in response, nearly all Palestinians were deported in just a few months. And this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Decades earlier, the Palestinian groups operating in Jordan had come to openly call for the overthrow of Jordan's monarchy in the aftermath of the Six-Day War. At the time, the PLO maintained its own separate army on Jordanian soil and used that armed force to sow chaos. Armed gangs of PLO militants maintained its own separate army on Jordanian soil and used that armed force to sow chaos. Armed gangs of PLO militants drove around the capital of Amman, robbing families and businesses in the name of collecting financial assistance for the ongoing war of attrition against Israel. When members of the Jordanian police and army tried to defend their citizens from these attacks, they were attacked and killed. The Palestinian political network operated as a state within a state, with militants repeatedly using Jordan to launch rockets into Israel. The Marxist-Leninist Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine even went so far as to hijack multiple planes, diverting the flights to a Palestinian-controlled airfield in Jordan, where the passengers were held hostage. By September 1970, the Jordanian army had finally had enough. A full-scale war with the PLO broke out, and after 10 months of fighting, the Palestinians were driven out of the country. Yet, as a parting gift, a Palestinian terrorist group known as Black September assassinated the Jordanian prime minister. Sadly, the story doesn't end there, because the PLO then moved into Lebanon, where they allied themselves with Marxist and socialist movements that were seeking to overthrow Lebanon's conservative Maronite Christian government. The presence of thousands of Palestinian militants flooding into the country completely destabilized Lebanon and plunged the entire nation into chaos. Less than 4 years after the PLO was expelled from Jordan, Lebanon found itself in the middle of one of the most bloody and chaotic civil wars in Middle Eastern history, from which it has never fully recovered. In short, Palestinian organizations have not just attacked Israel. They have sowed unrest in many of the neighboring Arab and Muslim countries as well. And this has led those governments to the conclusion that allowing for mass immigration or even just refugee camp resettlement within their borders would lead to domestic unrest for their own countries. And this, of course, only exacerbates the humanitarian crisis for those Palestinian non-combatants caught in the middle. The problem is, as long as terrorist organizations like Hamas and others are elected to represent the Palestinian people, their plight will most likely continue, as neither Israel nor apparently the surrounding Arab nations want to see their own populations threatened by terrorist groups.
Americans agree on that. That's a common
You gotta live the American dream in Afghanistan.
So, Tommy, you have a gun mindset at this point, don't you? And plus, I'm going there to build a gold mine, got some more business. The Taliban invited me back saying, hey, Miles, we'd like a YouTube video. So you subscribed and we subscribed and we've hit the like button. But they basically said, hey, Miles, we want to take you to Tora Bora. Those are the caves where Bin Laden hid off from the Americans before going to Pakistan. So we said, you know, it's a piece of history. We want to show you a country. You know, I think it'd be really cool to go to Tora Bora. You want to come with? I'm like, hell yeah. I want to go with. So that's going to be a YouTube video. Yeah.
What did your family think?
Hell yeah. I want to go with. So that's going to be a YouTube video. Yeah.
What did your family think when you were being
Yeah.
detained?
You want to know the truth about my family? I haven't spoken to my mother in 6 years. She's a crazy alcoholic she's literally diagnosed with some sort of antisocial personality disorder or narcissistic personality disorder. Got a lot of problems, a lot of police visits when I was a kid. You know, and she didn't work a job, she was on benefits. So I was working a job at 14, like part-time, pay for my own food. And I was like, why don't you work a job, mother? And she was like, you're working, government-free money. I was like, okay. And then it got to the point where she made me homeless at one point at 18, just so I would not get into uni, so I would actually have to live with her so she could claim more benefits as a dependent. So it was really messed up. And to be fair, it got to the point where there was about 20 police reports because neighbours were concerning with her shouting and doing drunken stuff. Really insane. So at 18, when I got into uni, they didn't tell her. She just snuck out of the house and walked away. And just changed phone numbers, changed emails. And then she's been talking to the press ever since. And just change phone numbers, change emails. And then she's been talking to the press ever since saying, oh yeah, me and Miles talk all the time. I haven't spoken to her since. I wrote a letter saying, hey, literally, you're a bit messed up. I need you to get help. Can't be part of this situation. Literally, it got to a point where I was sitting in my room one night just sleeping as like a 16-year-old and woke up with a knife over me. She was just drunk and, you know, like some psycho shit. So I was like, she was just drunk and, you know, like some psycho shit. Point where I was sitting in my room one night just sleeping as like a 16-year-old and woke up with a knife over me. She was just drunk and, you know, like some psycho shit. So I was like, whew. Oh, another story too, because, you know, it sounds like harshly being mother. Yeah, fair enough. One point this actually happened. My cat died when I was 11. My mum got drunk a few days later. She admitted she killed her by poisoning her with antifreeze. And that's like total organ failure because she couldn't afford it. I was sitting as like an 11-year-old. And then a few years later after that, she dug up the cat from the garden, you know, decomposing everything because she wanted to do landscaping because she doesn't have a job. You know? And then she got the bag of bones, put it in like a Tesco carry bag, bundled up, tossed it at my door and said, look after these. So I was like, what's inside? Looked, dead cats with still fur and stuff. So I'm like, oh, this isn't a normal household, is it? And then basically that's like an example of my situation. There's loads of situations like that throughout the years. So I left my mother. I was like, hey, I need to sort your stuff out. I need to see some improvement before I start talking to you. You know, if you were like a father, definitely would be in jail for the stuff she's done. But she got away with it because she's like a sweet old lady. You know what I mean? The police are very lenient on that. There's a double standard. And haven't seen any improvement. Sometimes I get drunk voicemails. So I'm like, very sad, but you know, shit happens. So I'm in contact with my family, and that's why I can do what I want to do because there's no one really to worry about me, which is quite good. Only friends, but they like what I do. If I had like loads of loving family and they were like very concerned, I would pick an easier profession, you know. It's like I would do something local, not risk my life every few months.
I understand. I'm sorry to hear about that.
It happens. Plus, it led me down this excellent route of risking my life every month. It's a really good career. Oh yeah, this interview got serious, didn't it? Like, bloody hell. Yeah, like and subscribe, otherwise my mother would never love me again.
You haven't seen your mother since coming out of Taliban captivity.
No, not since 2018. She's got a lot of problems, man. If you see her in the mid-2018, yellow eyes because she drinks so heavily. Yeah. Yeah, so she goes to the media and says, oh, I know all about Miles' situation, because she just wants the money from the news and they never fact check it. Yeah, scummy. Yes, he's...
I'll get to that later.
So here's a funny thing too. She's on the benefits grind set. You know, I saw her faking, crying into the mirror for the interview and everything, and stuff like that. But I'm on the very respectful e-baking grind set, where I make more money just by posting a GoFundMe link. So you know, it runs in the family. It's evolved. You know, really moving up people. Oh, and my father as well, IVF. Yeah. So you know when some guy jerks into I don't know, a Dr. Pepper can or something, and gives it to the clinic. So I was donated in 1997, I guess, and then I got born in 1999. So the guy who submitted it ticked on the box on the submission form. Yeah, don't give my contact details out. Don't give any information about me out. No contact. Yeah. So the only thing was you could write an A4 piece of paper to your future child. You know what he wrote? It was very profound. He wrote, I like movies and going out. I was like, wow, this guy's solid, you know. And yeah.
That's the one thing he wants you to know about him.
Yeah, but it's like the plot of Joker, isn't it? You know, really crap mother, no father.
You've been interviewed by Andrew Tate last
Yeah, man. I went and hung out with the top T's for 8 months, and now I went to the top G. Yeah, man. I went and hung out with the top T's for 8 months, and now I went to the top G. Yeah, Taliban, yeah, top T's.
And now you went to the top G.
Yeah, man. You know a fan?
He's interesting. He's a bit of a headache when I see him on Twitter.
Yeah.
But does he really have like 6 slaves in Romania?
I walked around his house, there was nothing like that. There was just like some women chilling there.
There was some.
Yeah, well, there was just like.
But they wanted to be there.
I think that they were stabbed. They're not being held captive, you know. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he seemed like a right dude to me. I hung out with him, seemed solid. Solid interview. Always just work on his laptop all the time too.
Just fucking nerd.
Yeah, yeah. He's asked me, you know, what are you gonna do now? Where have you been? What are you going to do in the future? Stuff like that. It was solid. It was just a normal gentleman. He wasn't asking like, hey, do you want to buy a woman? They're Filipino 6,000. I'm kidding. It didn't happen. No,
6,000.
The price was to me, babe.
Damn right. I could use 50 quid. Oh my god.
Yeah. I was prepared for this moment, man. Yeah, you want 50 quid for yourself?
Yeah, the camera's to zoom in.
We usually would pay for, 1 hour, but yeah, I only last like 5 minutes, man. I'm very sorry. So, yeah, but look, all this. Now, this is Mal money. This is how much I'm paying him for the interview, by the way. Look at this.
I was begging for a spread. Hold on. Let me get my wrist out.
Good stuff. Wow, you got ice on the wrist.
I want the camera.
you need to make your debits and credits balance. So you're going to have $20 of a deferred tax asset. You'd have a debit there. So that means your deferred tax asset is increased by $20. So in the future, you're going to have that benefit through lower taxes. Let me give you a more comprehensive example, and I'll show you some journal entries that'll make a little more sense. So let's pretend that you are a landlord and you rent a house out to a fraternity for $3,000 a month. So that's what you do. You rent houses and properties and apartments. So you rent it out to this fraternity. Let's say you rent it out to the guys from the movie Animal House. You rent them a house for $3,000 a month, and your tax rate is 40%. So now we've got a situation where let's pretend that they pay you in year one. They give you, so they're supposed to give $3,000 a month, so $36,000 would be your revenue for book purposes. But let's say that they pay you the beginning of next year, that extra payment, they pay it before year one is over. So let's say on December 30th of year one, they pay you the next year's rent, right? So you've received the rent in advance for next year. So you actually get, the amount of rent collected in year one is $39,000. $3,000 a month for the first year, but then you get the next month of the following year, you get that. So you actually get 13 payments of $3,000, okay? So for book purposes, we would only say you only recognize what you have earned, right? So your book revenue is what you've earned, and you've only provided 12 months of rent to them, right, or of housing to them. So you're going to only recognize $36,000. And so for book purposes, that extra $3,000 would be unearned revenue, right, which is a liability. But for tax purposes, when you receive that rent, it is taxed. So your tax revenue is $39,000, even though for book purposes, because we're only thinking about what's earned, it's $36,000. So your tax revenue is higher. So that means the excess amount of revenue for tax relative to book purposes for year one is going to be $3,000, right? So let's assume that your pre-tax book income so you rent is 40%. They pay you. So now we've got a situation where let's pretend that they pay you in year one. They give you, so they're supposed to give $3,000 a month, so $36,000 would be your revenue for book purposes. But let's say that they pay you the beginning of next year, that extra payment, they pay it before year one is over. So let's say on December December 30th of year one, they pay you the next year's rent, right? So you've received the rent in advance for next year. So you actually get the amount of rent collected in year one is $39,000. $3,000 a month for the first year, but then you get the next month of the following year, you get that. So you actually get 13 payments of $3,000, okay? So for book purposes, we would only say you only recognize what you have earned, right? So your book revenue is what you've earned, and you've only provided 12 months of rent to them, right, or of housing to them. So you're going to only recognize $36,000. And so for book purposes, that extra $3,000 would be unearned revenue, right, which is a liability. But for tax purposes, when you receive that rent, it is taxed. So your tax revenue is $39,000, even though for book purposes, because we're only thinking about what's earned, it's $36,000. So your tax revenue is higher. So that means the excess amount of revenue for tax relative to book purposes for year one is going to be $3,000, right? So let's assume that your pre-tax book income is your financially reported income after computing expenses, all the damage that people from Animal House do to the house and everything is $15,000, but your taxable income is going to be $18,000. Why? Because we've got this temporary difference of $3,000, right? So they prepaid some of the rent for the following year, and for taxes, when you receive rent, you pay tax on that rent even if it hasn't been earned yet. So taxable income is $3,000. Higher than the book income for year one. Now in year two, this is going to reverse because they already prepaid for that 1 month, so they only have to pay 11 months for year two, let's say, and so they pay $33,000. But for book purposes, you still recognize 36, right? 12 months times 3,000. So now it's actually 3,000 less. The tax revenue is 3,000 lower than the book revenue. So now it has reversed. It is reversed. And our taxable income is $12,000. It's $3,000 lower than the pre-tax book income. So this has reversed. What do I mean by when I say that the timing difference is reversed? Well, think about it this way. Either way, they paid you $72,000 in rent, right? So they paid you for book and tax purposes. You ultimately recognize $72,000 in rent over the 2-year period. And the excess of tax over book, the difference is they equal out to zero because it flips back the next year, right? So it's just a timing difference. And so each way you're going to have $30,000 of book income, $30,000 of taxable income. So it's just a timing difference. Now, I want to show you the journal entries to show you how this deferred tax asset would be recognized. So for year one, what we're going to do is we're going to have to debit income tax expense, right, for $6,000. Okay, and then, well, let me show you. So let me just show you where I got this number. So you're going to take the $15,000, right? That $15,000 of pre-tax book income. You're going to multiply that by your tax rate. Remember, your tax rate is 40%. So 15,000 by 40%. That's where I got this six. $6,000 number. That's your income tax expense. Now your income tax payable, now instead of using pre-tax book income to calculate income tax payable, we're going to use taxable income. So now we're going to say $18,000. We're going to take the taxable income of $18,000 times 40%. That's going to give us the income tax payable. Now you see there's a difference. Income tax payable in year one, we're paying more tax than what our actual tax expense is. Because the tax expense is thinking about accrual accounting, it's thinking about unearned revenue, right? But tax payable is saying, hey, we're counting that extra $3,000 payment you got, right? So that is going to, we say, okay, we've paid, you can think of it as like we paid the tax early on that. Right? We paid the tax early on that $3,000, so we have an asset. Remember, an asset is something with future economic benefit. And so by prepaying the tax on that revenue, we didn't do it voluntarily, we were forced to do it, but even so, that $3,000 times the tax rate of 40% gives us a $1,200 deferred tax asset. Now, in period 2, this is going to reverse, right? So income tax expense is still going to be $6,000. Why? We take our pre-tax book income of $15,000, so we got $15,000 times 40% again. Now, for the tax payable, the actual check we're cutting and so forth to the IRS, if we can think about it like that, we say, okay, well now it's $12,000. $12,000 times 40%. So now we're in a situation where it's flipped. Our tax payable is actually lower than our tax expense. It's $4,800 instead of $6,000. Before, in the first year, the tax we pay was higher than the income tax expense, and now it has reversed. So when we say temporary tax differences reverse, that's what we mean when we say that they're reversed, right? So first the tax expense was lower than tax payable. Now the tax we're paying is lower than the income tax expense. So now what we're going to do, we have to reduce this deferred tax asset account, right? We had the future economic benefit, but now it's reversed, and so we no longer have that benefit. We enjoy it this year. So we credit deferred tax asset by $1,200 to reduce it. Okay, so now, because it's reversed, let's assume this was the only temporary tax difference for your firm. So then if we were to think about a T account, and we say deferred tax asset, we would have went up in period one, we would have said debit it for 12. $1,200, and then in period two we would credit it for $1,200, so it ends up at zero. So the difference, this temporary timing difference of when that revenue was recognized for that extra payment that you received before you'd actually earned it, it was taxed immediately for tax purposes, but for book purposes you didn't recognize it until it was earned. It led to a temporary timing difference of when you recognized the tax and
What are deferred tax liabilities, and what is the difference between deferred tax liabilities and deferred tax assets? Deferred means that something has been postponed, and liabilities means that we owe something.
Zero, 7, 3, 0, 9, 7.
Pay the tax on it, but it ultimately.
In this video, we explore the underlying concepts of tax deferrals, walk through the journal entries for deferred taxes, and take a look at the balance sheets of 3 well-known companies to see what is driving their deferred tax assets and deferred tax liabilities positions. Here's the main concept for taxes and deferred tax liabilities positions. Here's the main concept for tax deferrals. The profit that you recognize for book or financial accounting purposes is not the same as the profit you recognize for tax purposes. One and the same company can have 2 profit numbers in the same year. The profit per US GAAP or IFRS that is reported to the stock market, and the profit per individual country tax rules that is reported to the tax authorities. When you prepare financial statements for book purposes, or review financial statements prepared on this basis, then remember that book profit is the primary perspective, and tax reality needs to get fit in. You match tax expense in the income statement to book profit before tax, and record deferred tax assets and liabilities on the balance sheet for temporary timing differences between tax. And book accounting. Let's review what that looks like in journal entries. If book profit equals tax profit, then the journal entry for recording the income tax expense is debit income tax expense in the income statement and credit income tax payable on the balance sheet for the same amount. When the tax payable is subsequently transferred to the tax authorities, you debit income tax payable and credit cash. If book profit is lower than tax profit, then income tax expense for book or financial accounting purposes will be lower than income tax expense for tax accounting purposes. To correctly prepare your US GAAP or IFRS financial statements, you need to introduce a deferred tax asset for the difference. In this case, the income tax expense, book accounting, is 35K, and the income tax for tax purposes is 40K, hence a deferred tax asset of 5K. Remember that deferred tax assets and deferred tax liabilities are for temporary timing effects.
Company purchases an asset costing $400,000 at the beginning of the year. It has an estimated life of 4 years and no residual value. It will be depreciated by the fair value of the following are the allowance for tax depreciation and tax rate depreciation. First, we have 6 days, near 128.
Someday, I'm gonna lay down like I did on Sunday. Hey, hey, hey. Someday, I remember niggas someday. Wait. Someday we gon' set it off. Someday we gon' get this off. Baby, don't you bet it off. On that path of finding on, you might think they wrote you off. They gon' have to wrote me off. Someday
Calculate different tax statement of period income statement each year and different tax liability that are set at the end of each year.
sometimes I
This
take
asset is
all
set
the
for
shine. Talk like
4
I
years and must
drank
be
all
disposed
the
of.
wine. Years ahead, but way behind. I'm on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No half truths, just naked minds. Caught between space and time. This now and then and mine, but maybe someday. I've been trying to make you love me, but everything I try just takes you further from dining room. I don't get down in the dining room. Top of the sound like rubbing in your cabinet, shaking the dining room. I got the dining room. Dining room, on top of the exciting you. I got bodies to find it, deciding it, trying to understand you, starting to find you. Left with the lining you, reminding you what was defining you. I'm deciding to what is deciding to. I'm deciding to do what you decided to do, what I'm defining new. I can finally do what is determined, do what I finally do. How did it move? How did deciding and having to do? I was the crew, hopping the coupe, capping the suit, jumping the roof, jumping the coupe, getting the crew, jumping the coupe, turning the loop, hit him with whoop, hit him with whoop, hit that whoop, hit him that swoop, hit him that whoop, hit him that loop, got in the whoop, lock in the zoo, she got the food, she got to take it that bump with the soup in the coupe, like if she duck in the loop, got in the coupe, got in the bump with the soup, that was the gun in the whoop, niggas the two. We're still the kids we used to be. I put my hand on the stove to see if I still bleed. And nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. We're still the kids we used to be. To see if I still bleed. And nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. We're still the kids we used to be. I put my hand on the stove to see if I still bleed. And nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. Oh God, thank you. You've been in my dreams. You've been in my dreams.
Grandma me told me, don't run from the police. Fuck them. Grandma me told me, watch out for your partners. I love them, they too much older. Won't you stay in your brain? I've been trying to sponge, been trying to know some things. See the mailman keep coming, and bills keep on coming in. All you wanna do is fight me on this shit. Say, don't go bending your wrist, don't go being no sissy. Okay, don't go locking no doors, you ain't paying no rent in this bitch, okay? Checks I used to bring, they won't gonna make no difference in this bitch. Now the checks I bring, I mean who else paying the rent in this bitch. Landlord see me outside, won't take a picture. Said I got an autograph on a check, you can take it with you. Said the house on sale, you wanna buy it, said not this one. Gotta make moves, not time to move, trying to keep it simple. This summer, said you didn't want to go with me, that's a bummer. Yeah, bopping at Bacchus, that was the first parade. Bounce remixes of Aaliyah, had the spinal cords cracking. Cups and methazine, had them lean like Michael Jackson. And you was fucking with your nose, trying to be a Jackson. Oh yeah, poolside combo.
About the summer last night. About the summer last night.
Give you no play. Could I make a shot last night? Could I make a shot on the last night? Could we make it in? Do we have time? I'll be the boyfriend in your wet dreams tonight. Knows this on the rail. Little virgin, where's the white? You cut your hair, but you used to live a blinded life. Wish I was there. Wish we grown up on the same advice. Yeah, yeah. Keep a place for me, for me. I sleep between you, it's nothing. It's nothing, it's nothing. Keep a place for me. Now and then you miss it. Sounds make you cry. Some nights you dance with tears in your eyes. I came to visit you, 'cause you see me like a UFO. That's like never. 'Cause I made you use your self-control. And you made me lose my self-control, my self-control. Keep a place for me. I'll sleep between y'all, it's nothing. Keep a place for me. It's nothing, it's nothing. It's nothing, it's nothing. Sometimes you miss it, and listen, will make you cry. And some you're dancing with tears in your eyes. You gotta leave. Maybe there's some summertime. Give up just a night. You got someone coming. It's really game. Oh, you got it. What up? Hey, up. You gotta leave. Take down some summertime. Give us just a night. Oh, you got someone coming. You're spitting game. No, you got it. No, you got it. Yeah. All them other niggas lame and you know it now. When a real nigga hold you down, you supposed to drown. Bam. Bam. What you doing in the club on a Thursday? She said she only here for a girl birthday. They order champagne but still look thirsty. Rock forever 21 but just turned 30.
You so motherfucking dangerous. You so motherfucking dangerous. You got my own limit. That's why these other niggas blame us. Cause all these other niggas lame as fuck. We show them no respect.
I know I got a bad reputation. Walk around always mad reputation. Leave a pretty girl sad reputation. Start a fight club, bad reputation. I turned the nightclub bad at a basement. I turned the plane around, your ass keep complaining. How you gonna be mad on vacation? Got to run around all these Jamaicans. This that prime shit. This that what we do, don't tell your mom shit. This that red cup all on the lawn shit. Got a fresh cut straight out the salon, bitch. Close your eyes and let the word paint 1,000 pictures. One good girl is worth 1,000 bitches. Bam. I wanna fuck you hard on the sink. After that, give you something to drink. Step back, can't get spunked on the mink. I mean, damn, what would you roam think? Hey, you remember where we first met? Okay, I don't remember where we first met. But hey, admitting is the first step. You know, ain't nobody perfect. And I know, with the hoes I got the worst rep. But hey, the backstroke I'm trying perfect. Hey, yo, we made it to Thanksgiving. So hey, maybe we can make it to Christmas. She asked me what I wish for on my wish list. Have you ever asked your bitch for other bitches? Maybe we could still make it to the church steps. But first,
Can you lose by following God? I'm not talking about following people. I'm not talking about following your friends. I'm not talking about following different preachers. I'm not talking about following other men. Can you lose by following God? He created the heavens and the earth. He's the greatest, and he loves us so much. How could you lose if you followed God? I follow him anyway. Father, I stretch my hands to you.
Life like this is what you like. Try to live your life right. People really know you push your buttons like type right. This is like a movie, but it's really very lifelike. Every single night, right? Every single fight, right? I was looking at the gram and I don't even like light. I was screaming at my daddy, told me it ain't Christ like. I was screaming at the referee, just like Mike. Looking for a bright light. Keep on with your life like. Right? And all white fight is feeling like a sight bite. Pressing on the gas, but over for a night light. Screaming at my dad and he told me it ain't Christ like. But nobody never tell you when you're being Christ like. Only ever see me, only when they need me. In a movie for BD, searching for a DVD. Now you wanna see it free, now you wanna see it free. Let you see it 3 of them. Tell me with your light light, turning down the bright light. Grabbing with my hand, told me it ain't Christ like. I'm just really trying to find a new way. I'm just really trying to really do the fool way. I don't have a fool way. Being on my best though, like I'm on a text though. Nothing else next though. Not a word of word, let them be sure what that's for. Wrestling with God, I don't really wanna wrestle. That is my life, like everything in my life. Arguing with my dad, and told me it ain't Christ like. Man. So you know, I woke up, I said my prayers and everything, and I was feeling all good. I tried to get my dad's advice. He started spazzing on me. I started spazzing back. He said that ain't Christ like. I said, stretch my hands to you.
Come on, LA, you know you need God. Come on, lift your hands to him.
Father, I stretch.
We're in need of his touch on today. Stretch my hands.
Stretch my hands to you.
I need some joy for the weak. I need some peace for the weak.
Father, I stretch.
Oh God, I've come to the end of the rope and I need you.
Stretch my hands to you. Father, I stretch.
Stretch my hand, I stretch my hand to you.
Stretch my hands to you.
I'm in need of a
Father, I stretch.
Lift your hands up to the Father.
Stretch my hands to you.
I need you, Lord.
Father, I stretch.
You're my help today, Father.
Stretch my hands to you.
You've been my peace, you've been my joy. I stretch my hand.
Father, I stretch.
I need your love on today, God. Hallelujah.
Stretch my hands to you. Father, I stretch. Stretch my hands to you.
Come on, LA, just lift them up.
Father, I stretch.
I stretch my hands. I stretch my life.
Stretch my hands to you.
I look to the hills from whence cometh my help.
Father, I stretch.
Knowing that all of my help comes from God.
Stretch my hands to you.
Look to the neighbor.
Oh yeah. Without your love and mercy, tell me what could I do?
Our Father Christ Jesus, thank you so much for saving me, for replenishing me. When I found out about you and got closer to you, I got closer to my children. I got closer to my family. The devil had me chasing a gold statue. Had me chasing cars, had me chasing numbers. We didn't know what Billboard was when we was first making music. back in Chicago. Back when I was 14 at my mama crib, we didn't know what the numbers was. Now it be all over the internet, like, oh, you only sold this much. The power of God cannot be calculated by a number, by a first week sale, by a bank account, by how many cars you drive, by how big your house is, and how many acres you got. Let's not be concerned with the opinions of men at all. Only the opinion of God. Let's not be concerned with the validation of men at all. Only of God. I've seen everything that the devil could have showed you via TV, videos, car dealerships, jewelry, houses. And I tell you, nothing beats God.
Okay. You live in my dream state. I said, relocate my fantasy. What? I said, I stay in reality. What? I said, you live in my dream state. Anytime I count sheep, that's the only time we make up. You exist behind my eyelids. 2020 vision. Cupid hit me with precision. I wonder if you look both ways when you cross my mind. I said I'm sick of chasing. You're the one that's always running through my daydream. I can only see your face when I close my eyes.
Can I get a kiss? And can you make it last forever? I said I'm about to go to war. And I don't know if I'ma see you again. Can I get a kiss? And can you make it last forever? I said I'm about to go to war. And I don't know if I'm
Okay, my infatuation interrelating to another form of what you call it. But oh yeah, I ain't met you. I've been looking, stop that waiting for. I stop that chasing like an alcoholic. Now you don't understand me. What the fuck do you mean? It's them rose in the cheeks and it's them dirt color eyes. Sugar, honey, iced tea, bumblebee on the scene. Yeah, I give up my bakery to have a piece of your pie. I said 2020 vision. Cupid hit me with precision. I wonder if you look both ways when you cross my mind. I said I'm sick of chasing. Said you're the one that's always running through my daydream. But I can only see your face when I close my eyes. Y'all ready? I said,
can I get a kiss? And can you make it last forever? I said I'm about to go to war. I don't know if I'ma see you again. Can I get a kiss? And can you make it last forever? I said I'm about to go to war. And I don't know if I'ma see you
decision. I wonder if you look both ways when you cross my mind. I said, I'm sick of chasing. You're the one that's always running through my daydream. I can only see your face when I close my eyes.
Can I get a kiss? And can you make it last forever? I said I'm about to go to war. I don't know if I'ma see you again. Can I get a kiss? And can you make it last forever? I said I'm about to go to war.
What's it take to call your brother? Just to say you miss him and you wish you could spend time. What's so serious that you can't just pick up the phone? Let him know you love him and that he's been on your mind. Tell him that you need your brother. Ask him how he's doing and say you've been doing fine. If there comes a point where you just don't know what to say, while you still have him on the line.
I
solid and sturdy. The voice of a birdie told me, just stay determined. She would deter me. Purdy, pretty and curvy. Developed early, curvy, till she finally heard me. And one day she served me, hurt me. She just kept yelling, hurt me. Slapped me and choked me and cursed me. She still got wounds from the nursery. This is the woman who nursed me. Gave me some water, I'm thirsty. Gave all the best to the worst me. Showed me my first bit of mercy. Showed me that someone could substitute love for so long that they don't know the difference in sex. For her now is a bad anniversary. She went the alley like Kirsty. She don't remember the first me. Someone went into a person, she just wanna know when they gon' reimburse me. She don't want no one in her sleep. She don't want no one to court her. She don't want no one to curse you. You know how people in church be. Calling her fast, but no one to ask. Like who the fuck put her at her speed? She covered the summon and tertiary. And all of this happened at 13.
Don't you grow up in a hurry. Your mama be worried, oh, it was all part of the story. Even the scary nights, thank you for all of the glory. You will be remembered, oh, thank you for all of the heroes in the night. They gotta repaint the colors. The lie is wearing off, reality is upon us. Colors dripping off, colors dripping off.
Niggas is savage, niggas is monsters, niggas is pimps, niggas is players. 10 niggas had daughters, now they precautious. Father forgive me, I'm scared of the karma. Cause now I see women as something to nurture, not something to conquer. I hope she like Nicki, I make her a monster. Now having menages, I'm just being silly, I answer the door like Will Smith and Martin. Nigga, do we have a problem? Matter of fact, Marlon, this ain't Meet the Fockers. I beat his ass, pray I beat the Chargers. No daddy don't play, not when it comes to their daughters. Don't do no yoga, don't do Pilates. Just play piano and stick to karate. I pray your bodies, drink more like mine and not like your mommy's. Just being salty, but niggas is nuts. And I am a nigga, I know what they want. I pray that you don't get it all at once. Curves under your dress, I know it's pervs. All on the net, all in the comments. You wanna vomit, that's your baby, you love her to death. Now she cutting class and hanging with friends. You break a glass and say it again. She can't comprehend the danger she in. If you whip her ass, she moving with him. Then he whip her ass, you go through it again. But how you the devil rebuking the sin? Let's pray we can put this behind us. I swear that these times is the wildest. She got the scars, they serve as reminders. Blood still on her pajamas, but yesterday is dead, yeah. Moment of silence. Next should be off the collars and then at the altar. Cause she know that niggas is savage. Niggas is monsters. Niggas is pimps. Niggas is players. To niggas had daughters. Niggas is pimps. Niggas is players. To niggas had daughters.
Don't you grow up in a hurry. Your mama be worried, oh, it was all part of the story. Even the scary nights, thank you for all of the glory. You will be remembered, oh, thank you to all of the heroes of the night. They gotta repaint the colors. The lie is wearing off, reality is upon us. Colors dripping off.
Might get physical, might get sun, might digital. Things don't sound like digital. All romance got digital. How low stand like critical. And this contention critical. And done sound so pitiful. Why you standing looking so pitiful? Don't you know that you're born beautiful? Everything about you beautiful. Everything about you beautiful. No, but though without you knew to do. We could do without what you knew to. Maybe the world would be without me. Maybe we see without me. Maybe like Simon, days was cloudy. Maybe got down, 7 up, down. Still a shame, August Ames, all the same, all the pain. It's all the lame and all the lames. Live a thing, everything.
I'm my brother's keeper, made a promise to my mama. With my right hand on the Bible, I will lie right to your honor. Blood don't make us any closer. We'll get sofas, now we sitting in California. Oh, we'll be in a hurry, brothers forever. Don't be worried. What happens to one of us happens to us together. But that's not your story now. We'll be in a hurry, brothers forever. We'll be hurry, brothers forever. We'll be in a hurry, brothers forever. We'll be brothers forever. Brothers forever, brothers forever.
I'm saying it like, I want a daughter like Nikki. Oh man, I promise I'm gonna turn her to a monster, but no menages. I don't know how he's saying it, but let him hear this.
prophesy. We'll let you guys prophesy. We gon' see the future first. We'll let you guys prophesy. We gon' see the future first. Living so the last night feels like a past life. Speaking, don't know what got into people. Devil be possessing homies. Demons try to body jump. Why you think I'm in this bitch when the fuck yarmulke? Acid on me like the rain. Weed crumbles in the glitter. Rain, glitter. We laid out on the sweat floor. Away turf, no astro. Mesmerized how the strobes glow. Look at all the people feet dance. I know that your nigga came with you, but he ain't with you. The only human in is humid in these ball mains. I mean, my balls sticking to my jeans. We breathing pheromones, amber rose, sipping pink gold lemonades. Feeling I may be younger, but I look after you. We're not in love, but I make love to you. When you're not here, I'll sing song for you. I'm not him, but I mean something to you. I mean something to you. I mean something to you. You gotta remember, yeah. It's only awkward if you're fucking him too. Someday we gon' set it off. Someday we gon' get this off. Baby, don't you bet it off. On that path of turning on, you might think they wrote you off. They gon' have to wrote me off. Someday the time will be gone, and I gon' be your favorite song. Sometimes I take all the shine, talk like I drank all the wine. Years ahead, but way behind. I'm on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No half truths, just naked minds. Caught between space and time. This now and good and mine, and maybe someday.
I've been trying to make you love me, but everything
Grandmommy told me, don't run from the police. Fuck 'em. Grandmommy told me, watch out for your partners. I love them, they too much older. Won't you stay in your green? I've been trying to sponge, been trying to know some things. See the mailman keep coming, the bills keep on coming in. All you wanna do is fight me on this shit. Say, don't go bending your wrist, don't go being no sissy. Okay, don't go locking no doors, you ain't paying no rent in this bitch, okay? Checks I used to bring, they won't gonna make no difference in this bitch. Now the checks I bring, I mean, who's paying the rent in this bitch? Landlord seen me outside, won't take a picture. Said I got an autograph on a check, you can take it with you. Said the house on sale, you wanna buy it, said not this one. Gotta make moves, not time to move, trying to keep it simple. This summer, said you didn't want to go with me, that's a bummer. Yeah, bopping at Bacchus, that was the first parade. Bounce remixes of Aaliyah, the spinal cords cracking. Cups of methazine, had him lean like Michael Jackson. And you was fucking with your nose, trying to be a Jackson. Oh yeah, poolside combo.
About your summer last night. About your summer last night.
Give you no plate.
Could I make a shot last night?
Could I make a shot on the last night? Could we make it in? Do we have time? I'll be the boyfriend in your wet dreams tonight. Noses on the ground. Little virgin, where's the white? You cut your hair, but you used to live a blinded life. Wish I was there. Wish we grown up on the same divide. Yeah. Keep a place for me. I sleep between all this nothing. It's nothing. Keep a place for me. Now and then you miss it. Sounds make you cry. Some nights you dance with tears in your eyes. I came to visit you, 'cause you see me like a UFO. That's like never. Cause I made you use your self-control, and you made me lose my self-control, Keep a place for me. I'll sleep between y'all, it's nothing. Keep a place for me. It's nothing, it's nothing. It's nothing, it's nothing. Sometimes you miss it, and this song will make you cry. And so you're dancing with tears in your eyes. You gotta leave. There's some time. Just a night. You got someone coming. It's really game. Oh, you got it.
Welcome everyone to this presentation on deferred tax simplified. My name is Neil DaCosta. I'm a senior tax tutor at Kaplan, and Kaplan offer courses for all kinds of accountancy qualifications such as AAT, CIMA, ACCA, ICAW, and we also offer lots of tax courses, including the CTA. So what I'm going to do today is tell you a little bit about deferred tax. So this is something that many people see in financial accounts, and they tend to get confused as to what it's all about. So I'm going to simplify deferred tax for you in this short presentation. Okay, so I'd like to welcome all of you to this, and I hope you enjoy it.
Hello, good afternoon. I was just calling in regarding a job posting on Gumtree uh, uh, about the accounts assistant. So, sure, sure, thank you. Hello, good afternoon. I was just calling in regarding a job application on Gumtree about accounts assistant role in Ely. Mhm. Uh, there on Gumtree I don't see an email, so that's why I was just calling in. Did you have like maybe? Yeah. Yep. Accountant. Accounts. If yes. At yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Dot UK. Okay. Um. All right. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
어째서
So let's start off by looking at what tax is in the financial statements. So when we prepare financial statements, we have the profit and loss account, or the statement of profit and loss account, and we have the balance sheet or the statement of financial position. So with regard to the tax expense in the profit and loss account, the tax expense consists of the current year's corporation tax and the movement in the deferred tax provision. So when you see the tax expense there, you know it actually consists of two things. It's the current year's corp tax and it's the movement in the deferred tax provision. Now, with regard to the current corporation tax liability, what would happen is the company would make an estimate as to what they would expect to pay the tax authorities. But the actual amount paid to the tax authorities may be slightly different. And as a result, this creates either an over or an under provision. Okay? So if we have an over or an under provision tax authorities, but as to what they would expect, what would happen is the company would make an estimate as to what they would expect to pay the tax authorities. But the actual amount paid to the tax authorities may be slightly different, and as a result, this creates either an over or an under provision. Okay, so if we have an over or an under provision brought forward from the previous year, if we over provided for tax in the previous year, that over provision will reduce the current year's tax expense, while any under provision would increase the current tax expense. So what then is deferred tax? So what is all this stuff on deferred tax? Well, the idea behind deferred tax is deferred tax arises because there's a difference between taxable profits and accounting profits. So we difference between taxable tax is deferred tax arises because there's a difference between taxable profits and accounting profits. So we compute accounting profits for our financial statements. We compute taxable profits for the tax authorities. When computing taxable profits, companies claim tax depreciation called capital allowances. Okay? So when computing taxable profits, companies claim tax depreciation called capital allowances. Okay, so when computing taxable profits, companies claim tax depreciation called capital allowances. While when computing accounting profits, what happens then is we compute accounting depreciation. Now the value then is we compute accounting depreciation. Now the value of the asset in the accounts is called the carrying value or the net book value. So that's simply cost less depreciation. While the asset in our tax computation is referred to as the tax base. And in terms of the tax base, that's simply cost less capital allowances. So capital allowances are the tax depreciation the company has claimed. So what we're trying to say is there's a difference between the value of the asset in the financial accounts and the value of the asset in the tax computation. In the financial accounts and the value of the asset in the tax computation. And the difference between the carrying value and the tax base is called a temporary difference. And in terms of the temporary difference, so this is called a temporary difference here, and the deferred tax liability is computed by multiplying that temporary difference by the tax rate. Now, what you must remember is that the difference by the tax rate is computed by multiplying that temporary deferred tax liability this is called a temporary difference here, and the deferred tax liability is computed by multiplying that temporary difference by the tax rate. Now, what you must remember is that the deferred tax liability that you're providing is a notional provision. It's not something that will be paid to the tax authorities. So once you set it up, it remains there. It's going to be unchanged. Okay, so it's not like a normal liability you pay to a financial institution or you pay to a supplier, which will be settled by a cash payment. With the deferred deferred tax provision, once it's set up, it's purely a notional liability and it remains there until you change it. So what we're trying to say here is once the deferred tax provision is established, it's only necessary to compute the difference from one year to the next. So let's look at an example on this. So let's say we're buying some computer equipment and the computer equipment costs $100,000. The company provides depreciation at a rate of 20% straight line. So each year the depreciation expense will be $20,000. But for capital allowances, so the tax depreciation are 50% in the first year. and 25% thereafter. Okay, so with the capital ounces, we get what's called accelerated capital ounces, because what the government is trying to do is the government of the country is trying to stimulate
Cost of new
commercial
computer
investment.
equipment has the cost of new computer equipment has 100,000 was 100,000. The company provides depreciation at a rate of 20, so 20,000. Gotcha. The capital allowance available are 50% in the first year and 25% thereafter. If the tax rate is 20%,
Investment. And let's say the tax rate is 20%, and we're asked to compute the deferred tax liability at the end of year 1 and year 2. So how do we go about doing this? Well, as we said, in year 1, the depreciation will be 20,000, 20%. So the carrying value of the asset, or the net book value, is 80,000. Now, in year 1, the tax depreciation of the capital allowances are 50,000. Okay, so the tax depreciation is 50,000, so the tax base is 50,000. So you can see there we've got this temporary difference between the carrying value and the tax base. So the deferred tax provision at the end of the year 1 is simply the difference.
80,000 minus 50,000. So
between 80,000 and 50,000. So all we say is 80,000 take away 50,000 is 30,000, and we take that difference and we multiply by the tax rate, which is 20%. So that gives us a deferred tax liability of 6,000. So the double entry for establishing that deferred tax liability is we debit the tax expense
record recorded on the income statement as an expense or sometimes income to reflect expense.
Zero.
Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more. Why is he claiming the money is actually given to people who know how to use it? And all that money goes to dementia research. We don't touch any of it. We just work with the people who do need the money, and we help them do their thing.
In this case, the negligence isn't hurting anyone. When I read things like that, like I just have to sit there and process it for a second. It takes a while to register just how you can actually believe that, like legitimately, or if you're just kidding. They've collected over $600,000 in donations from their community, donating under the idea, the belief, because they're being told that that money is being used to help against the battle, help in the battle against dementia.
Is that them? Jesus Christ. Are they gonna do it right here? Is that them? Jesus Christ. Are they gonna do it right here?
You guys ever been through this before?
No.
It's best to ignore it, keep your head down, go back to work. Go on. Don't watch.
Timothy Singh?
Yes.
I'm afraid we have to speak with you.
Excuse me, Mark.
Eric Dale?
Excuse me?
Eric Dale.
No.
Sorry?
I'm not Eric Dale.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
He's my boss. He's just down the hall.
Thanks. Excuse me, Mr. Dale. This way.
Okay.
I am obviously sorry that we are here today, but these are extraordinary times, as you very well must know.
Look, I run risk management. I don't really see how that's a natural place to start cutting
We hope
jobs.
you understand this is in no way personal. The majority of this floor is being let go today. Ms. Bratberg is now going to run through the details of what the firm is offering.
Okay.
Mr. Dale, the firm is offering you 6 months severance at half your salary. You will keep all unvested options that you currently hold. Health will be extended through.
It's been sitting there for 9 years.
Through that period. You have until tomorrow at 4:47 to either take the offer or it will be revoked. Do you understand?
Yes.
Unfortunately, Mr. Dale, due to the highly sensitive nature of your work here, the firm has to take certain precautions for security purposes that may seem punitive in nature. I hope, considering your over 19 years of service to the firm, you will understand that these measures are in no way a reflection of the firm's feelings towards your performance or your character.
I don't understand.
She's apologizing for what's about to happen.
Your company email, access to the server, access to the building, and your mobile data and phone service will all be severed as of this meeting. And this gentleman will take you to your office so you can clear out your personal belongings.
What about the, what I'm currently working on? I'm in the middle of something
The
that,
firm has worked out its transition plan and is prepared to move forward, but we do appreciate your concern.
We understand that this is difficult, and here is my card. Please contact me in the next few weeks if you need any assistance with this transition in your life.
Sir.
okay. Okay.
Hey. I'm sorry.
You still alive?
Uh-huh. For now.
Congratulations.
It was a bloodbath.
I heard.
Listen, Eric. If there was something I could have done, I would have done it.
I know.
All right?
Yeah, I know. I know.
Okay.
Just tell me. Who was it?
Come on, Eric.
Come on. Will? Rogers?
I'm not going to say, you know me.
Robertson? That cunt. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have fucking gone to her
It
last
wasn't
year.
anyone. Eric, you know what it was? It was bad luck, and that's all it was.
Yep. Yep.
All right, well, good luck.
Will? Come here. I was just in the middle of a lot of shit right here that I think somebody needs to take a look at.
Eric, listen. They're telling us everybody needs to get out of here. Just leave this stuff. And while we appreciate your concern, this is not your problem anymore. Good luck. Thank you.
Right this way, Mr. Murphy.
Eric, I'm very sorry.
Yeah. Did they say what was going to happen with us?
Jesus, Seth.
What?
It's gonna get pretty ugly around here for a while. But, you know, you guys will be all right.
Good luck, Eric.
I'll see you around. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Eric, I wanted to say thanks.
It's not necessary.
Well, it is. You were the person around here that
I know. Hey, look. I was working on something, but they wouldn't let me finish it. So, take a look at it. Be careful.
We're sorry. The telephone you were calling from is not in service at this time.
हजुर हजुर खाना बिजी भयो साथी तपाईँले खानु मेरो प्राइस के खानु
एप्लिकेसन बल्ल रिसिभ गरेको भनेको है
क
त्यत्रो मेसेज दिनभरि यता चस्ता चलिरहेको के हेर्ने हेरेनस् है इमेल पढेनस् इमेल
कसको
मेरो
के भयो
हाउ मच इज योर होम अर्थ के पठाउनु हेर्न पर्छ कि त्यस्तो होइन नि तर इन्टरनेटको यो के अप्टिमा इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रेनिङ भन्ने यसलाई नआउने गर्दै त बाबु मैले कतिपल्ट गरेँ अनसब्सक्राइब है ब्लक गरे पनि हुन्न फेरि किन गुगलबाट आएको
के गर्नु भयो देखाउनु न
एप्लिकेसन सरनेम भुसाल एप्लिकेसन नम्बर यति मेरो नाम हालेर लेखिन गुड न्युज वी हेभ रिसिभ योर मर्गेज एप्लिकेसन If you need any more information on your application, please contact a mortgage broker. Yeah, or check you.
के गर्नु त रिसिभ गरे भनेर ब्याङ्कले पठायो
यो ब्याङ्कले हो त्यहाँभन्दा अरू केही त होइन मैले त पास भएछ भनेर त मुन्न पऱ्यो एकैछिन त 3 घन्टा नाचे खुसीले भनिदिनु भयो
अनि तपाईँको केही पेस्लिप सेस्लिप नराखिकन भयो त
त्यसले पठाएको छ
अनि उहाँको
अहिले त यसै
कन्ट्र्याक्ट
अहिले यसै गर्ने भनेर भन्नु पऱ्यो
खानु नि खानु सुत्यो भयो
कति सजिलो
खानु नि किन भन्नु
खाएर सुत्छ गइहाल्छ पकाउन उन पर्ने त होइन तेरो बाबुले जस्तै त दिन्छ
Tax assets and liabilities are created to reconcile such timing differences. So how do such timing differences come about? To understand this, we first have to understand the concept of a tax base. Now, we've learnt that the carrying value of an asset is the value of the asset reported in the balance sheet, net of accumulated depreciation and amortization. That is the accounting side of the story. Now, we know the taxman may not thoroughly agree with the accountant. So, for example, the accountant decides that the best treatment for depreciating this asset is to use the straight-line method with no residual value. The taxman, on the other hand, says only the double...
but has not yet been paid. The deferral arises because of timing differences between the accrual of the tax and payment of the tax. For instance, a company earned net income for the year and thus knows it will have to pay corporate income taxes. The tax liability applies to the current year and so must reflect an expense for the current year. However, the tax will not actually be paid until the next calendar year. The solution for this accrual cash timing difference is to record the tax as a deferred tax liability. In addition, a deferred tax liability arises because of differences in the way net income is calculated for financial purposes and the way it is calculated for income tax purposes. The most common book tax difference is for depreciation, where tax rules may allow for accelerated depreciation methods that are not allowed for financial reporting. Accounting for deferred tax liabilities is a result of adherence to the matching principle of accounting that states that expenses, like taxes, must be accounted for in the period for which they apply, rather than the period where cash is used to pay them.
Hi, I am Nayo Carter Gray, the founder of First Step Accounting, and crunching numbers is my type of cardio. I'm partnering with QuickBooks on this video series to help answer questions by small business owners just like you. So in today's video, we're going to cover deferred tax assets and liabilities. And hopefully by the end of the video, we will unpack all of the things and you will have a better understanding of what they actually are. In another video, I talked about why balance sheets are so important and every small business owner needs this in their financial statement package. However, you may have noticed your accountant or tax professional added a deferred tax asset or deferred tax liability to your balance sheet. So, what do they mean and why are they important? But before we continue, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the QuickBooks channel, especially if you find this video helpful. Oh, and if you're a reader like me, you can check down in the description for a link to an article below. What are deferred tax assets and liabilities? Well, they're financial items that appear on a company's balance sheet when the income on a tax return is different than the income on your accounting records. So, how does this happen? Well, some transactions can have special or alternative tax treatment that causes these deferred tax assets and liabilities. Some items can include pensions, warrants, and the biggie, net operating losses. Okay, what does this mean for your business? So, a deferred tax liability are tax debts you're going to owe in the future. So to try to break this down and simplify, simplified a little bit. Think about the taxes you'll pay next year. In reality, we know that those taxes are actually related to the year we're currently in. So we would book a deferred tax liability to record the expense in the correct accounting period versus having to wait until next year to see those expenses in our books. Depreciation is another common expense that can have different tax versus accounting treatment and cause a deferred tax liability. A deferred tax asset is the complete opposite of a deferred tax liability. As it typically results in a refund or a tax credit being received. These generally arise when a business overpays or advance pays taxes, or if they have a carryover loss from previous years. These generally arise when a business overpays or advance pays taxes. Or if they have a carryover loss from previous years. Side note, a carryover loss is when a business has a loss that it can't take in full in one tax year, and that loss carries forward to future periods. An example of a deferred tax asset would be the advance payment of rent. You got the cash out the door, you got a couple of months prepaid in advance, and that expense does show up on your profit and loss statement. However, it gets treated a little differently for tax purposes. You don't actually get to take that deduction until the period in which it occurs. So therefore, it generates a deferred tax asset. When considering deferred tax assets and liabilities, understanding the difference between financial reporting and tax reporting is vital. The revenue and expenses reported on your financial statements may not always translate to the income and deductions on your tax return. Tax rules and financial rules are slightly different, so you may see a difference in taxable income versus the net income on your financial statements. It can be tricky to determine if and when you'll take advantage of your deferred tax asset. One thing to consider is tax rates. In years when tax rates are high, the savings from your deferred tax asset will be greater versus years when the tax rates are low. Savings from your deferred is tax rates in your tax asset. One thing to consider is tax rates of your deferred tax. It can be tricky to determine if and when you'll take advantage of your deferred tax asset. One thing to consider is tax rate. In years when tax rates are high, the savings from your deferred tax asset will be greater versus years when the savings from your deferred tax asset will be greater versus years when the tax rates are low. As a small business owner, understanding how deferred tax assets and liabilities work can get pretty confusing. So if you want more help understanding specifically how these things work, please talk to your trusted accountant or tax professional. That in conjunction with reliable accounting software
Deferred tax liability. A deferred tax liability is on entry represents a tax payment that due to timing difference in the accounting process, the payment can be postponed until a later date. Deferred tax liability is neutral or record. Depending on decision, it means you owe money but don't have to pay it right away. A deferred tax liability is a tax payment that a company has listed on its balance sheet, but does not have to be paid until a future tax filing. A payroll tax holiday is a type of deferred tax liability that allows business to put off paying their payroll taxes until a later date. Tax holiday represents a financial benefit of the company today, but a liability to the company down the road. Certain tax incentives will create a deferred tax liability journal entry. Deferred tax liability depreciation in the IRS uses an advanced assets depreciation model which results in a difference between the company's balance sheet value and the value of it for tax purposes. This is the most common example of deferred tax liability. Evaluating deferred tax asset and liability. Net operating risk. Income statement. Tax payable. Taxes payable plus deferred tax liability minus deferred tax asset. Tax expense. Tax payable.
We're sorry. You have reached the number.
Yellow? Hey, I can't hear you. What? Can you go outside? It's too loud.
I don't hold on a second. It's loud. Just give me a second.
All right, what's up? Hey, where are you?
Lugo.
Okay, are you with Will?
Yeah, Will Emerson?
Yeah?
Yeah, I think he's still here. Why?
All right, I need you to get Will, and I need you guys to come back up here.
Where?
To the office.
What?
I'm serious.
Wait a sec. You want me to get our boss's boss out of a club and bring him back to the office at 10 o'clock on a Thursday night?
Well, our boss got axed, so technically he is our boss, and yes, that is what I want you to do.
Why?
Look, man, just trust me, okay? I need you guys back here now.
All right, we'll be there in 10.
Have I ever told you how much I love your bag? No, really. Do you have a little dress that matches it?
Yeah, I do.
Because you could dance around in it like a fucking girl. Hey! Look who's burning the candle at both ends. Why didn't you come out with us? There's no more cuts planned. You don't have to kiss my ass. I frankly don't even know what it is you guys do.
Well, I'm really sorry I had to bring you guys back here, but...
That's all right.
What's going on? Look at this. Eric gave me this file before he left.
Eric?
Dale, and he told me that he couldn't quite figure it out, and the last thing he said to me before the elevator doors closed was, be careful.
He said be careful?
Yeah, so obviously I'm a little curious. I start to get into it a little bit, and I realize that the only thing that he's missed... This is not good, Will.
Right, okay, so what is he doing here?
No, go to Model 4. It makes more sense.
Okay. All right.
What is this?
This is basically everything that we have in our books at any given time. But what Eric was trying to do was to work these numbers for levels of volatility that fall outside of the standard VAR model.
What are those levels?
It's fairly complicated. Volatility levels are set using historic patterns, basically, and then stretching those patterns out another 10, 15% roughly.
All right, so?
So we are starting to test those historic patterns.
When?
Today?
Tuesday.
Monday, last Friday and Wednesday.
Two Fridays ago.
All right, I get it.
Fuck me. Once this thing gets going in the wrong direction, this is fucking huge.
How huge?
Well, the losses are greater than the current value of the company.
Projected losses. The projected losses, Will.
And this is just our floor?
Yes.
Where the fuck is Eric Dale?
I don't know. I tried to call him. His phone's off.
What do you mean?
They turned everybody's phone off at the Axe today.
Fucking ruthless. You try his personal cell?
Yeah, I called his cell phone. It's not on.
Call his home.
At this hour? At this hour?
Yeah. Do we even know if he's right?
Looks pretty fucking right to me.
$2,000. $2,000.
Gentlemen.
Will, Mr. Rogers.
Come with us, please.
Sam, this is Seth Bregman and Peter Sullivan.
Sir.
Will?
Uh-huh.
Where are we going? We're going to get a second opinion on your work, Peter.
So, Sam, what do you have for us?
They'll be here in a minute. Finding somebody in the copy room at this hour was a little bit of a challenge.
Okay, let's go right into the introductions. This is Sarah Robertson, who you know, Chief Risk Management Officer, Ramesh Shah from upstairs, and David Horn, one of the firm's in-house counsel.
Nice to meet you all. This is my head of trading, Will Emerson, and this is...
Peter Sullivan and Seth Bregman. And they work in our risk department.
Where's Eric Dale?
He was let go today.
Who do you have left in your risk department?
As of today, that would be Peter and our junior analyst, Seth.
Really?
Will Emerson?
Yes, please, just hand them up.
Thank you.
Apparently, Eric had been working on this for some time, but he wasn't able to finish it. This morning, as he left the building, he handed the program to Peter here and asked him to take a look at it. Peter did. He put a few things in that Eric seemed to be missing, and this is what came out.
Peter, is this your work?
His name.
Seth.
Thank you. Seth, could you please give us a few moments? And Peter, has anyone else seen this?
No one aside from us?
And Eric Dale?
Yes.
And can it really be possible that we don't know where Eric Dale is?
I called his wife. He hasn't come home yet, and we turned off his phone today.
Perfect. Well, I'd like to know where he is.
Jesus fucking Christ. Who is that guy?
Sam's boss.
He looks like he's 15 years old.
He's 40.
Yeah, how does that happen?
Oh, it happens all the time. Except to me. Kid's a fucking killer.
What are they talking about in there?
It ain't pretty.
Well, that's very deep and depressing. Thank you.
Woo! Not today!
So we are paying more taxes as tax base. Tax depreciation is higher than depreciation. Yes.
When all is said and done, they do not lose money. They don't mind if everybody else does, but they don't lose.
Will, did you really make $2.5 million last year?
Sure.
How did you spend it all?
That was quite quickly. You know, you learn to spend what's in your pocket.
$2.5 million goes quickly?
All right, let's see. So the tax man takes half up front, so you're left with 1.25. My mortgage takes another 300 grand. I send 150 home for my parents, you know, keep them going. So what's that?
800?
All right, 800. Spent 150 on a car, about 75 on restaurants, probably 50 on clothes. I put 400 away for a rainy day.
That's smart.
Yeah, as it turns out, because it looks like the storm's coming.
Still got 125.
Yeah, well, I did spend $76,520 on hookers, booze, and dances. But mainly hookers.
76.5?
I was a little shocked initially, but then I realized I could claim most of it back as entertainment.
It's true.
Holy shit! The cavalry's here! Go on, we should go.
How old are you?
43. This is bizarre. It's like a dream.
Oh, I don't know. Seems like we actually may have just woken up.
Come in.
How do we look? I should go.
No, you should stay.
So?
It's legit. The kid killed it. The formula's worthless.
What does that mean?
It's broken.
There are $8 trillion of paper around the world relying on that equation.
Well, we were wrong.
No, you mean you were wrong.
No, don't get me started. We discussed this.
I'm heading for the conference room.
No, I want you to hear this.
I don't want to hear this. How do you think I've stuck around this place so long?
I called Told.
Do we have a contingency plan here?
A contingency plan?
Yes.
No, we went all in on this one.
So we've gotten ourselves quite exposed here, haven't we?
To Told or the market?
To both. He's here?
Tool's helicopter just
I know.
landed.
Come with us. Where's Sam?
I don't know. You sure you want all of us?
Yes.
Tool's helicopter just
I
landed.
know. Come with us. Where's Sam?
I don't know. You sure you want all of us?
Yes. One piece of advice for everyone before we go in there. This could get a little ugly. But whatever you do, just tell the truth. No sugarcoating, do not change a word of it. No one here is smart enough, including the rocket scientist.
Mr. Khan,
Morning.
this way, please. He's already in there waiting for you.
Excellent.
Please, sit down. Welcome, everyone. I must apologize for dragging you all here at such an uncommon hour, but from what I've been told, this matter needs to be dealt with urgently. So urgently, in fact, probably should have been addressed weeks ago, but that is spilt milk under the bridge. So, why doesn't somebody tell me what they think is going on here?
Mr. Told, as I mentioned earlier, if you compare the figure at the top of page 13.
Jared, it's a little early for all that. Just speak to me in plain English.
Okay.
But I'd like to speak to the guy who put this together. Mr. Sullivan, is it? Does he speak English?
Sir?
I'd like to speak with the analyst who seems to have stumbled across this mess.
Certainly. That would be Peter Sullivan, right here.
Oh, Mr. Sullivan, you're here. Good morning. Maybe you could tell me what you think is going on here. And please, speak as you might to a young child or a golden retriever. It wasn't brains that got me here, I can assure you of that. Please, speak as you might to a young child or a golden retriever. It wasn't brains that got me here, I can assure you of that.
Well, sir, as you may or may not know, I work here for Mr. Rogers as an associate in the Risk Assessment and Management Office at MBS.
Please, just relax, stand up, tell us in a clear voice what is the nature of the problem.
Okay, well, as you probably know, over the last 36 to 40 months, the firm has begun packaging new MBS products that combine several different tranches of rating classification in one tradable security. This has been enormously profitable, as I imagine you noticed.
I have.
Well, the firm is currently doing a considerable amount of this business every day. Now, the problem, which is, I guess, why we are here tonight, is that it takes us, the firm, about a month to layer these products correctly, thereby posing a challenge from a risk management standpoint.
And, Mr. Sullivan, that challenge is?
Well, we have to hold these assets on our books longer than we might ideally like to.
Yes.
But the key factor here is these are essentially just mortgages, so that has allowed us to push the leverage considerably beyond what you might be willing or allowed to do in any other circumstance, thereby pushing the risk profile without raising any red flags.
Now, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Sit down. What I'm guessing your report here says, and give me some rope here. What I'm guessing it says is that, considering the, shall we say, bumpy road we've been on the last week or so, that the figures your brilliant co-workers up the line ahead of you have come up with don't make much sense anymore, considering what's taking place today.
Actually, not what's taking place today, but what's already taken place over the last 2 weeks.
So you are saying this has already happened?
Sort of.
Sort of. And, Mr. Sullivan, what does your model say that that means for us here?
Well, that's where it becomes a projection. But,
You're speaking with me, Mr. Sullivan.
Well, sir, if those assets decrease by just 25% and remain on our books, that loss would be greater than the current market capitalization of this entire company.
So, what you're telling me is that the music is about to stop, and we're going to be left holding the biggest bag of odorous excrement ever assembled in the history of capitalism.
Sir, I'm not sure that I would put it that way, but let me clarify, using your analogy, what this model shows is the music, so to speak, just slowing. If the music were to stop, as you put it, then this model wouldn't be even close to that scenario. It would be considerably worse.
Let me tell you something, Mr. Sullivan. Do you care to know why I'm in this chair with you all? I mean, why I earn the big bucks?
Yes.
I'm here for one reason and one reason alone. I'm here to guess what the music might do a week, a month, a year from now. That's it. Nothing more. And standing here tonight, I'm afraid that I don't hear a thing. Just silence.
This is a lecture from Open Tuition. To benefit from the lecture, you should download the free lecture notes from opentuition.com.
So let's go through and have a look at how we account for this deferred tax, which effectively is looking at how we record the deferred tax balance on the statement of financial position, and also how we then go through and adjust the tax expense for that deferred tax accounting entry. The good news is that it's very structured in terms of how it works, in that we have a 4-step process to follow. And we like steps, we like methodology, don't we? And therefore, if you can follow the steps within an exam question, you're not going to go too far wrong. Remember, the accounting comes about from IS 12, the accounting standard. The accounting standard is an international accounting standard. And what you will become more aware of as you see more and more accounting standards is that these accounting standards, when they are prepared, are very much focused on the statement of financial position. You know, there is an accounting standard on fair value. So getting the fair value of assets, the fair value of liabilities correct on the statement of financial position. The argument, therefore, being that if you get the position right, the movement in the position year on year can then just go through profit or loss and OCI. So it all just takes care of itself. But the key is getting the positional focus correct first. So that's where we start. It sounds a little bit strange when we're thinking about tax and the impact on the tax expense, but our focus needs to be on the deferred tax position, okay, and whether that's an asset or a liability, and then the impact on the statement of profit or loss and the expense will then follow through, okay. So the first step is to calculate the temporary difference. Be careful, in some questions that we've seen, it has been given to you, but if not, you will need to look at the difference between the carrying value and the tax base. So the carrying value is what we've recorded on our statement of financial position. In our exam, I'm really confident that you will just be examined on property, plant and equipment, and then anything else will be examined in strategic business reporting. So the carrying value will just be your cost less accumulated depreciation. Your tax base will be your cost less your accumulated tax depreciation. Okay, so using that working that we saw earlier. The temporary difference is the difference between the two, and that's step 1 completed. Step 2 is to work out the tax position, so the value that is going to appear within your statement of financial position. So all we do is we take the temporary difference calculated in step 1 and apply the tax rate. So whatever that tax rate is given to you within the question. That's what you do from an exam perspective. Take the temporary difference and multiply it by whatever figure you're given. Just note, technically, the tax rate that we will apply should be the tax rate that we expect the transaction to be settled at as we continue using that asset. So if there is a reduction in the tax expense, or the tax rate, I should say, in the future, then we would apply that reduced future tax rate if that has been processed through the government. However, again, I just don't think that's going to be an issue here. You'll be calculating the temporary difference, you'll be given the tax rate, multiply one by the other. That gives us the figure on the SFP. We then need to determine whether that's a closing asset or closing liability, which is done in step 3. Okay. And again, there are rules, which is why some students tend to enjoy deferred tax.
Carrying value is higher than tax base.
Tax ultimately, because you've got these rules that we can go through there and follow. Okay. So you have a deferred tax liability if you're your carrying value is greater than your tax base. Fact. Learn it, commit it to memory. Carrying value greater than tax base deferred tax liability. Why? Why have we got a deferred tax liability? Well, the reason why, you can go back and have a look at the previous example that we did without deferred tax. Because if your tax base is lower than the carrying value, that must be because we've claimed large capital allowances or tax depreciation early in the asset's life. If we've claimed large amounts of tax depreciation early in the asset's life, then there will be less to claim in the future. And if there is less to claim in the future, then we will be paying more tax, okay, because we have less of a future allowance. So therefore, we'll be paying more tax. If we're paying more tax, we have a liability, don't we? Okay. We have an obligation, but I've got to be careful in saying that because technically we don't have an obligation. Okay, we don't have to pay the tax. We could sell the asset, couldn't we? But there is, from an accounting perspective, a deferred tax liability if the carrying value is greater than the tax base, because we're going to be claiming less capital allowances in the future and therefore paying more tax. Just note, we have seen it in some multiple deferreds, have we? Okay. Because we've claimed large lower than the carrying value, that must be because we've claimed tax base is lower than the carrying value, deferred tax. Because if your tax base is lower than the carrying value, that must be because we've claimed large capital allowances or tax depreciation early in the asset's life. If we've claimed large amounts of tax depreciation early in the asset's life, then there will be less to claim in the future. And if there is less to will be less large amounts of tax depreciation in the asset's life. If we've claimed large amounts of tax depreciation early in the asset's life, then there will be less to claim in the future. And if there is less to claim in the future, then we will be paying more tax. Okay. Because we have less of a future allowance. So therefore, we'll be paying more tax. If we're paying more tax, we have a liability, don't we? Okay. We have an obligation, but I've got to be careful in saying that because technically we don't have an obligation. Okay, we don't have to pay the tax. We could sell the asset, couldn't we? But there is, from an accounting perspective, a deferred tax liability if the carrying value is greater than the tax base, because we're going to be claiming less capital allowances in the future. Just note, we have seen it in some multiple choice questions whereby the examiner refers to the temporary difference as a taxable temporary difference. So instead of getting you to calculate the carrying value and the tax base, they just give you the temporary difference. If it's a taxable temporary difference, you get a deferred tax liability when you multiply the difference by the tax rate. Conversely, if the carrying value is less than the tax base, you've got yourself a deferred tax asset. And the reason there is that your tax base is higher because you haven't claimed as many capital allowances up front. You're going to claim more of them later. And if you claim more of them later, you'll be paying less tax. If you're paying less tax, you are generating a saving in tax. That saving is beneficial, and beneficial things within the statement of financial position are referred to as assets. So you would have a deferred tax asset. However, the likelihood is that for capital allowances and accumulated depreciation, you will see a deferred tax liability. Another small point just to note, if the carrying value is less than the tax base and you have that deferred tax asset, again, just note, if you're given the temporary difference and it refers to it as a deductible temporary difference, then that is because you have a deferred tax asset when you take the tax rate and multiply it by that temporary difference. Step 3, done. Okay, you now move into the fourth step, and I think this, it's not the most important, but it's the one that you really need to understand to make sure that you get things right within your published company accounts. Because we've dealt with the position side, we've calculated the position in step 2. We've worked out whether it's an asset or a liability in step 3. So the figure from step 3 appears on the SFP, likely to be a deferred tax liability. We've ignored, though, statement of financial position and debit your tax expense. So if the liability is increased,
also the Patreon that got started on Twitter. Was it? No, actually, I think it was a Patreon. Was it a GoFundMe?
This is a lecture from Open.
I'll have to pay.
Really?
I think so. Where is this going to come back to us?
Everywhere.
Sam, I don't think you seem to understand what your boy here has just said. If I made you, how would you do this?
Well, you call the traders in for the normal 6:30 meeting and you be honest with them, because they're going to know it's the end either way. So you're going to have to throw them a bone, and a pretty big one.
There is an increase in your tax expense. So whatever tax expense you've recorded with regards to current tax, you add on this movement, this increase in the deferred tax position. Conversely, if there is then a reduction in your deferred tax,
And then you've got to come out of the gate storming. No swaps, no nothing. 40% done by 10:15. By 11 o'clock, all your trades have to be gone, because by lunchtime, word's going to be out. And by 2 o'clock, you're going to be selling at 65 cents on the dollar if you're lucky. And then the feds are going to be in here up your ass trying to slow you down.
Ramesh?
They can slow you down. They can't stop you. It's yours to sell.
Yeah, but John, even if we manage to pull that off, and that's saying something, the real question is, who are we selling this to?
Same people we've been selling it to for the last 2 years, and whoever else will buy it.
But John, if you do this, you will kill the market for years. It's over. And you're selling something that you know has no value.
We are selling to willing buyers at the current fair market price, so that we may survive.
You will never sell anything to any of those people ever again.
I understand.
Do you?
Do you? This is it. I'm telling you, this is it. Now it's 4 o'clock. Jared, you got till 5 to break this down and draw me up a plan.
एकैछिन
त्यो माछा मासु नखाँदाखेरि डाइट कम हुन्छ है मैले बदाम भुटिदिन्छु बदाम खाऊ है
मलाई खानु मन छैन
के गर्छ किन यो नाग्ने कुखुरा काट्ने मर्ने भएको जाडो भयो हैन
अनि एकैछिन एक्सर्साइज गरेको
हैन के खान्छस् त तैले डाइट
कति दिनसम्म खानु हुन्न र मासु
अब यहाँ घर आमाले पकाउन नकर अब बाहिर मैले केही भन्दिनँ
त्यो त घरमा कति दिनसम्म
घर आज कति भयो 5-6 दिन 6 दिन भयो त्यो 6 दिन 7 दिन भयो
कति दिनसम्म खानु हुन्न
अब 12-13 दिन त खानै हुन्न काममा बढी के खान पाइन्छ
खै थाहै हुन्न कि
कपाल काट न राजा एकदम तिम्रो कपाल एकदम तिमी बुढो देखियो के
ल हुन्छ
पोसी काट है आइते भएर ओ बदाम खाऊ है बदाम भुटिदिन्छु
म खान्न
किन
खानु
हलुवा बन्ने
हुन्छ बदाम भुट्नु हुन्छ बदाम भुट्ने भयो
हलुवा बन्दिने के हलुवा बन्दिने कि बदाम भुटिदिने
हुन्छ हलुवा
हलुवा बन्दिने बदाम हालेर
किसमिस छ
किसमिस त छ होला छैन त हैन किसमिसले डाइट पुग्दैन नि त बाबु बदाम यति खान
डाइटमा पुगेर भन्नु त हलुवा मिठो हुनु पर्यो नि त
हैन किसमिस हाल्दिन्छु बदाम हाल्दिन किन हाल्दिन
ल
त्यसमा त बन्दिन मैले बन्दिन हलुवा नै हलुवा बन्दिन
किन के भयो म
यहाँ घाउ आएर रोशन भाइ यतिखेर लाइट ल्याइदै हेर्छ छिटो भन् हलुवा कहिले ल्यायो
भोलि
काममा लान यहाँ अहिले आज खान त होइन बदाम हालेर बनिदिन्छु नत्र बन्दिन
नाइ कि बदाम नराख्नु मिठो नबरु बदाम छुट्टै भुट्नेमा भुट्नु त त्यसमा
अहिले खान्छस्
हुन्छ
ल बदाम भुटेर दिन्छु है अहिले
ल तर अहिले खान्न भन्नु भात खान्छु अहिले
कहिले खान्छस् त बदाम
भोलि काममा जान्छु यति दिन्छन् कि खाना कहिले कहिले धेरै दिन्छन् कहिले यति दिन्छन् अनि ब्रेकमा त्यही खान्छु अस्ति लास्ट विक अन्डा लगेको थिएँ
भोलि नि मन आर्लै जान्छ फ्राइज खाइस खानस् अझ ठुलो हाल्दै थियो केटाले
So analytical procedures then, used in the planning stage. They are used in other stages as well. But let's have
Is there anybody else who knows what's in here at the moment, block by block?
Eric Dale.
And where is he?
As of today, he's no longer with the firm.
We have been trying to locate him.
Carmelo.
Yes.
Get me Eric Dale here by 6:30.
It's done.
We meet back here in an hour. Sam, let's talk. This is a hell of a town. I've always loved this place since the day I arrived. Everything about it.
Have a look at it used in the planning stage on interim accounts and budget, try and help us focus on where we should be looking at most in the accounts, okay? And I think this is best explained by a little example. So consider this, right, that in year one, sales were 1,000, cost of sales were 400, and so therefore gross profit was 600. Now, if we're auditing year two, and we see that sales are 2,000, we would expect cost of sales to be, hopefully you can see, double at 800. And so therefore, as they've gone to 1,000, we automatically know that there may be a problem there. Not necessarily, we're not saying anything's been done wrong, but we're saying, this is interesting, let me go and audit that. Because if I don't audit it, if I don't order it well, then we're going to look back and think, well, why didn't we? Because it was obvious that cost of sales were higher, but we only know this through analytical procedures. So we would go and have a look at the cost of sales, we would discuss with management, we'd try and find out reasons why it was higher, we'd see if those reasons were in line with other expectations and other explanations we've had, and that's it, we've audited it. But we wouldn't know to look there without doing an analytical procedure at the start. So that's kind of how it works. So there's kind of a four-phase process, really. Phase one there, where the expectations are formulated so that if sales double, I would expect cost of sales to double. Phase two there, we identify the variances, so we expected cost of sales to be 800, they were actually 1,000, so a 200 difference. Phase three, investigate those differences. So go and have a look, why is that 200 difference? Speak to management, get evidence, do some testing, and then finally evaluate the impact. Is it because internal controls failed? Is it because management got it wrong in the first place? Or is it simply they did everything right and it's just gone up by 200? So evaluate the impact on the whole of the audit. So in a bit more detail, you're going to formulate expectations. So that can come from the previous year's accounts, from budgets, from your knowledge of the industry. If the industry is doing well, you would expect the company's revenue to go higher, and any non-financial things like you know that that more competition has come into the market, or you've got a new CEO or something like that, or you've had a big advertising campaign.
You gonna go with me on this?
I don't know, John. This one is very ugly.
You and I, we're salesmen. We sell. That's what we do. It's not complicated.
Exactly. And you know damn well you don't sell anything to anybody unless you think they're going to come back for more. That's the lesson we learned. And tomorrow, we're done.
But this is it, Sam.
You keep saying that. What's that supposed to mean?
This is the big one. Most of us aren't going to make it out of this one.
Us?
The street.
What are you talking about?
This isn't the last situation I'm going to have to deal with this week. This is just the start.
It's the start because you're starting it.
Maybe, but I don't believe that. Not this time. I mean, the numbers, they just don't add up anymore.
I agree with you there. I've been saying that for years.
I mean, if this kid out there can come up with this, then...
Look, I just don't think I can walk in there knowing what I know and put the hammer down on these guys.
When did you start getting so soft, Sam?
Fuck you, soft. You're panicking.
If you're the first out of the door, that's not called panicking.
Well, you're obviously operating with more information than I have. But I think this will destroy this firm. No one will ever trust you again. You're knowingly putting people out of business, full stop.
You let me deal with that, Sam.
How'd it go?
This is a fucking shit show.
They're gonna go with it?
Probably.
Jesus.
Remember this day, boys. Remember this day.
So what's the strategy here?
Well, that's where I'm headed right now, downstairs to work on it with my guys.
No, you and I with John.
I'm not sure that we need one, Sarah. That's not the way I do things.
Please.
Listen, he knows where we've stood on this. All along.
That's exactly my point. And knowing what was discussed by both you and I don't see how this could provide you with anything other than a false sense of comfort.
I'm not looking for a sense of comfort here, Sarah. I don't think there's one to be found.
So again, what's the strategy here?
Well, I'm just not sure there's much more to do on this.
It's very simple. Don't even think about fucking me on this. Because if we're going down, and you damn well know it'll be together.
No. I'm not sure that I do know that.
Hey.
Oh, fuck, sorry. What do you guys think Told made last year?
Would you shut the fuck up?
86 million. In bonuses and salary.
Really?
Sure, it's public record.
And it's a lot of fucking money.
It was worth $1 billion.
Was?
Till today.
Really?
You'll see.
I need some coffee. Does anyone want anything else?
Remember that?
Could use some real air.
Probably a good idea.
Is it all right, Will?
It's well, all right.
If I get out of here for a minute?
Of course, it's not a prison. You want me to hold your hand? Why did they put all this fruit on it? Hello, Will Emerson. Hello. Right. No, thank you. I understand. No, we'll be discreet. Thank you.
What?
Eric's wife. He's alive, he's home, doesn't want to speak to us, and he doesn't know that she rang me.
Where does he live?
Heights. Shall I call Tools Guy?
No.
What?
Eric's wife. He's alive, he's home, doesn't want to speak to us, and he doesn't know that she rang me.
Where does he live?
Heights. Shall I call Tools Guy?
What?
Eric's wife. He's alive, he's home, doesn't want to speak to us, and he doesn't know that she rang me.
Where does he live?
Heights. Shall I call Tools Guy?
No. It's Eric's. Last thing we need is those guys going over there. No, you two go get him and try to bring him here, but you got to be back by 6 a.m.
All right. I hate Brooklyn.
May I come in?
Of course. Please sit down.
So, we're going to do this thing.
Okay.
It's going to be tight.
Is Sam on board?
Not yet. Sarah, I need a head to feed to the traders on the floor on the board.
Is it me or Cohen?
It's you. It means, as you very well know, that you're a very important piece of this puzzle.
It's just gonna suck for a while and then you'll be fine. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry this is happening to you.
Don't be. You didn't do it to me.
Still, at least you're gonna have some nice cash to walk away with. Me?
No. Real people.
Jesus, Seth. Listen, if you really want to do this with your life, you have to believe you're necessary, and you are. People want to live like this in their cars and their big fucking houses they can't even pay for, then you're necessary. The only reason that they all get to continue living like kings is because we got our fingers on the scales in their favor. I take my hand off when then the whole world gets really fucking fair, really fucking quickly, and nobody actually wants that. They say they do, but they don't. They want what we have to give them, but they also want to, play innocent and pretend they have no idea where it came from. Well, that's more hypocrisy than I'm willing to swallow, so fuck. Fuck normal people. The funny thing is, tomorrow if all of this goes tits up, for being too reckless. But if we're wrong, and everything gets back on track, well, then the same people are gonna laugh till they piss their pants, because we're gonna look like the biggest pussies God ever let through the door.
You think we're gonna be wrong?
Nah, they're all fucked.
Good morning.
Peter, you want one?
I don't smoke.
Oh, that's good. I don't much either.
You tired?
Of what? Remember, I don't work as hard as you.
Oh, that's not true.
No, it is, actually.
Were y'all getting fired tonight?
Probably.
They gonna fire you?
Well, they won't exactly call it that. It'll be a mercy killing, really. You don't have to stand on here for me.
No, I don't really want to go back in there just yet.
I understand that.
I think I know your son.
Really?
Not well, but he always seemed like a nice person.
He is a nice person. I guess you could say worse things about a guy.
Does he know what's about to happen?
What do you mean?
Did you talk to him? Well, they're all coming in now.
Yes, they are.
Have you ever done anything like this?
No, never. Not even close.
Huh.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's the only or the right thing to do?
For who?
I'm not sure.
Neither am I.
You're about to fire me. This is all I've ever wanted to do.
This is what the beginning of a fire sale looks like. I cannot begin to tell you how important the first hour and a half is going to be.